Good morning, buenos días, molt bon dia. Primero que todo, queridos compañeros del Partido Popular de Catalunya, per acollir avui el Partit Popular Europeu en aquesta jornada sobre l'estat de dret i sobre l'economia y els fons Next Generations. También muchísimas gracias a todos los eurodiputados. Dejadme que primero empiece por dos eurodiputados muy importantes, Sigfrid Muresan de Rumanía y José Manuel Fernández de Portugal, porque justamente son nuestra voz económica en el Parlamento Europeo y por tanto muchísimas gracias por haber venido. Muchísimas gracias a todos los eurodiputados españoles de la delegación española, porque realmente cada día se dejan la piel para defender a nuestros sectores económicos, a nuestros jóvenes, a nuestros emprendedores, a nuestros, sobre todo, ¿no?, a las entidades sociales y económicas. Yo siempre digo que muchas veces se desconoce el trabajo que se hace desde Europa, pero el 70% de las decisiones que cada uno de nosotros tomamos desde que nos levantamos hasta que vamos a dormir se toman en el Parlamento Europeo. Y ahí está el Partido Popular Europeo liderado por Manfred Weber. Y pongo un ejemplo, ya que estamos en Cataluña, ya que el sector de la automoción es tan importante para Cataluña, pues ha sido el Partido Popular Europeo que hemos hecho posible que en el año 2035 no se terminen todos los coches de motor de combustión. Esto lo ha hecho el Partido Popular Europeo y nos sentimos muy orgullosos de ello. Por tanto, muchísimas gracias a todos los eurodiputados del Partido Popular Europeo de todos los países, pero sobre todo a los nuestros, a los españoles, que tan bien defienden la agricultura, la pesca, la ganadería y todos los sectores industriales, digitales, económicos. ¿Para qué? Pues para crear empleo, que es la mejor política social que podemos dejar a nuestros compatriotas españoles. Luego, decir sobre todo muchísimas gracias a los sectores económicos, que sé que a lo largo del día y de las mesas que van a haber, pues nos van a acompanyar Foment del Treball, PIMEC, CEFES, la Cambra de Comerç Nacional, el Cercle d'Economia, Cambra de Comerç de Barcelona, el Cercle Eqüestre de Barcelona, i per tant moltíssimes gràcies, perquè juntament amb vosaltres cada dia treballem tota la legislació, treballem colze a colze amb vosaltres perquè realment surtin les millors lleis a Europa i per vetllar pels nostres sectors econòmics i els nostres treballadors. Thank you very much to Olivier to be here. I'm so thanks that you are here with us. Él es el presidente de la región de Polonia de Pomerania, a la vez es nuestro presidente del Grupo Partido Popular en el Comité de las Regiones. Importantísimo porque no solo somos la fuerza mayoritaria en el Parlamento, no solo lideramos la Comisión con nuestra presidenta de la Comisión, nuestra presidenta del Parlamento Europeo, con la presidenta del Banco Central, sino que también lideramos en el Comité de las Regiones. Y por tanto, te agradezco muchísimo, Olivier, que hoy estés aquí en Barcelona, junto con un presidente regional de España.
President of Spain, the President of Aragon.
Orgullo saber que después de las elecciones autonómicas pues hemos crecido en peso el Grupo Partido Popular Europeo en el Comité de las Regiones gracias, ¿no?, a todas estas grandes victorias que hemos tenido en tantas regiones españolas. Luego, el Comité de las Regiones no se puede...
This philosophy of regions cannot be understood either without our mayors of large municipal governments, where we have a number of mayors that will be coming here today, many of them, and we're waiting for Xavi García Albiol as well. And he will be participating in a round panel where we'll talk about next generation funds and how that money has been used in different city councils. We have as well Rob Jonkman, who is the alderman of one of the cities in Netherlands. And as well, of course, we have Manfred Weber and also President Feijóo, our President Manfred of our Parliament group in Europe. But not only that, he is the president of the European People's Party group. So we feel so proud to have you here in Barcelona today, because you are always there. And it's great to have you on a Monday morning in Barcelona, and we are really grateful for this. Manfred, what can I say? It's such a pleasure to have Manfred, to work with Manfred. He's the leader, very close to all the Spanish issues and all the Spanish economic industries. When the Spanish delegation asked the president of the group and said, all this has to be done, it's essential for our competitiveness, our industry, our economy, Manfred is always there helping us out. So thank you very much to defend Spain and, of course, to defend the state of law. And then the host, today's host, President Feijóo, our national president of the Popular Party. So Manfred and President Feijóo really are a very good pair, two leaders that Europe needs. So thank you very much indeed for being here today. After, we will be having Esteban and Rosa Estelas in the different panels on the state of law and also on different funds and economy. For me, it's really a pleasure today to be here in Barcelona. It's my city, it's my land, it's my region, and most especially this is going to be a very interesting seminar. We're going to be working, defending European values, economic growth, jobs, employment, and also law as the main pillar of our democracy. It has to be, a legal framework is good for economic growth and social growth as well. These are times, if we start analyzing the European mandate, we started the European mandate with Brexit when the UK left the European Union. After that came the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, and there from the European Parliament, led by the European People's Party group and in the European Commission, with the different tools that were made available, we were able to work towards the pandemic in the sense of having vaccines, research, massive vaccination campaigns, and next generation funds, which we will be talking about today. Then, well, the invasion of a tyrant such as Putin in Ukraine, at the very doors, the gates of the European Union, the consequences of all that, the energy crisis, inflation, and now to capital, we have this terrible terrorist attack of Hamas on a country such as Israel. But however, these are difficult times in Europe, everybody knows. In Spain, we, the Spaniards, are seeing how the government that should in fact defend us decided not to do it, to protect and benefit those who actually attacked democracy and committed really serious crimes, all for 7 votes. Power in exchange for impunity. But, well, there is a desolate landscape. But however, I want to send a message, I want to convey a message of hope to all the Spaniards. The People's Party in Europe, the Popular Party in Spain, we are going to be with you, all the Spaniards. We are going to defend the state of rule against the sale of votes against blackmail. And the European People's Party and the Popular Party in Spain believes in the European Union. Spain has lived more than 4 decades of peace, development and progress, but most especially it has lived with the very high moral position of being a reconciliated nation. That's the enormous fruit of the transition, and those are the pillars of the Spanish democracy. A Spanish democracy inspired and maintained on the basis of European values, values that are being attacked nowadays in Spain, and make many Spaniards to take their hope to Europe. And that's why we ask Europe, please listen to the concern of the Spaniards, listen to the judges and the attorneys of all associations and organizations, listen to the entrepreneurs on the basis of this bargaining that ends judicial independence, ends the separation of powers, and in fact ends the state of rule in Spain. Europe is not happy about what is going on in Spain. Sanchez is presenting amnesty on the basis of agreement and peace, but that is not anything that can be believed. There's no mask possible that can disguise the fact that Sanchez is thinking of himself, but not for a second about Spain and Europe. Spain deserving a government that should not tread on the European values and that should think more of its citizens. Spain is a great country with a government that is not at the height of what Spain deserves. I always say to Europe that Spain will overcome and survive this Sanchez era, and I would like to say this very clearly. Together here we will work, led by the Spanish Popular Party with Alberto Núñez Feijóo. We will give back prestige to our institutions, respect to law, the separation of powers, and we will place the citizens in the very center of our decisions, making Spain once again an economic driving engine, one of the main driving engines in Europe, with a socialist party which is only expecting the survival of Sanchez. We have the European People's Party, we have the Spanish People's Party working for the economy of millions of Spanish and European families. We did this with the European funds of the European Commission, with COVID, funds that don't belong to any government or any political ideology, but rather belong to all Europeans, funds that have not been implemented by a government that was only interested in maneuvering to continue to have power and abandoning then the opportunity with these funds to have reindustrialization and competitiveness of our economy and industry. Because of this, we'll talk about it today, about what is important for Spain and what affects Europe. And to end, I want to clarify something, and this has I've shared this with Manfred in an article in the National Press press. Nobody is going to take freedom, equality, and democracy away from the Spaniards. All these were so difficult to achieve in the past, and neither Puigdemont and even less Sanchez are going to achieve this. Spain is a nation, don't you doubt this. It is a main European democracy. Spain is a land in which European values have taken root forever. And this is why it's so important for Europe to analyze and observe this very anti-European amnesty. This amnesty of Sanchez is a sentence practically for all the European values. And here, the European People's Party group and the Spanish Popular Party will not allow for this to happen. So thank you very much. I officially then declare this seminar open. I shall be giving the floor to my very good friend Sigrid Muresan, who is vice chair of the EPP group in the EP, also chairman of the working group for budget and structural policies. He's an economist, a Romanian politician. He's our economic voice together with José Manuel Fernández. They are our economic voices in the European Parliament. And Sigrid is the person who has been able to make the Next Generation funds grow and multiply. So we are so happy to have him in Barcelona. And most especially, I have to say, last week we passed the budget for the year 2024, and he was the keynote speaker of the European Parliament. So it's such a luxury, such a privilege to have them. Siegfried and José Manuel are economic spokespersons here. Thank you, Siegfried, because as well as being a great economist and an economic voice, he's a good friend of all Spaniards. And he's always defending the interests of Spain in the European Parliament. Thank you. You have the floor.
To be all together with you in Barcelona, to be in Spain this morning, to speak about Europe, to speak about European values, and to speak about a strong Spain in the European Union. We came with pleasure, but we also came because we know it is important. We came to defend the rule of law in Spain because we see the rule of law in Spain is under attack. And why do we come? We came because the rule of law is a European value. It is a fundamental value of the European Union. And because the European Union means that if you are a citizen and you respect the law, you should be protected everywhere in Europe. But if you breach the law, you should be held accountable. The rule of law is also important for enterprises. Enterprises only invest if the rule of law functions well. Enterprises invest everywhere in Europe, and this is why it is the duty of the European Union to protect the rule of law. It is the duty of the European Union in front of European citizens and in front of European enterprises. It matters. It is our duty. We feel an obligation. This is why we came. It is a clear attack upon the rule of law. We see here a parliamentary majority which says we have a majority so we can do whatever we want, but this is not these are not the rules of the democratic game. The duty of a government is to protect the rule of law, not to attack the rule of law. If you have a majority, you have the obligation to respect the rules. It does not mean that you can do whatever you want with that majority. If you do not respect the rules, you lose trust. And at European level, trust is won in a difficult way. It takes long, but it is lost very fast. And if you lose as a government the trust internationally at European level, you will not recover it. And we are seeing now with the Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez how he lost the trust of the European Union, and I say Mr. Sanchez will never recover the trust of us of the European Union, never ever again. We saw it last week when he went to Israel and he made the mistakes. We see that he's unfit for international relations, for foreign policy, to represent Spain abroad, and this matters because Spain needs a prime minister who has the trust of Europe, who has the trust of the partners, who can obtain benefits for the people of Spain and for Spanish enterprises. Spain needs a prime minister which solves problems, not a prime minister which creates problems for the people of Spain and for Spanish enterprises. To the people of Spain, we see you and we hear you. Our word, our call to the people of Spain is don't be silent. Last week we had a debate in the plenary of the European Parliament about the rule of law in Spain, and the representative of the government of Spain came and told us, we are doing an amnesty law in Spain and you should not even talk about it in Europe. Be silent. And our answer is no. We are not silent. Europe is not silent. We see what is happening in Spain. We hear what is happening. We care about what is happening. And we are with the people of Spain. They want us to be silent, but we will not be silent. And this is why we are also telling to the people of Spain, speak up clearly, speak up loudly, say what you want, say what you believe, and continue to do it. We came to talk about the rule of law, to defend the rule of law, but we also came to talk about the economy. How do we develop Spain? How do we develop the Spanish economy? And we came to do this because the European People's Party is the party of the economy. The European People's Party is the party of small and medium-sized enterprises in every corner of Europe. But we came to talk about the economy and about European funds together with the rule of law because these are linked. An enterprise will only invest if the rule of law functions. The rule of law is a prerequisite for economic development. This is why it is so important that it is respected. And we came to discuss today about the economy and about the European funds because the European funds are a major source of investment in every country in the European Union in these difficult times. Immediately after the beginning of the pandemic, the European Union launched the biggest package of economic support ever, more than 750 billion euros. And a big part of it is for Spain. More than 160 billion euros. Spain is the second largest beneficiary of this. And we see problems with implementation of this, and we see delays. The program is in place since 3 years. The money is available only 3 more years. We're half-time, and Spain has only accessed 22% of the money. There are delays, the time is short, and we see a risk that the people of Spain cannot benefit from all of the money that we have at our disposal for them. We were with this series of conferences of the EPP group in Croatia. Croatia, a country governed by an EPP prime minister. 40% of the money has already arrived. We were in Slovakia, a country which was governed by the EPP before a socialist government took over 1 month ago. They are also in top 2-3 countries. We're going to Greece. We see the plan of Romania. All of these are countries that have absorbed almost half of their money. The government of Mr. Sanchez has not even absorbed a quarter. There are delays. Why are these delays happening? Firstly, because there's a lot of money, time is short, and the money will only be successfully implemented if the government implements it with the private sector, with enterprises, with the civil society, with the mayors and the presidents of the regions. And we see that the government of Mr. Sanchez is trying to implement this plan against the private sector, against the civil society, and against the mayors and the presidents of regions. We in the European Parliament are monitoring this. And one conclusion that we had from the beginning is that the program of the government is favoring socialist regions. It is favoring socialist mayors to the detriment of mayors which have good programs, which are coming from other parties, and this is unacceptable. This is money from the people of Europe for the people of Spain. It is not money from the people of Europe for the government of Mr. Sanchez. And the link with the rule of law is important, and it is direct, because if you want to access European money, you should respect European values. There's lots of money, there are delays, we want money to come faster. But any government that attacks the rule of law risks this money to be blocked in Brussels. We do not want this to happen. We want money to come. This is also why we are coming, to make sure that the conditions are met. But look at Hungary and look at Poland. The rule of law was under attack, and people in those countries did not receive a single euro from the recovery plan, and we do not want this to happen to the people of Spain as well. We need to know where money arrives, we need to know that the local, the regional level is implemented, and we need to know that transparency is transparency happens in the implementation of the funds. Just to conclude, dear colleagues, for everyone to understand and also for the government and for the Prime Minister to hear. En conclusión, los españoles tienen una gran oportunidad.
The Spaniards have a huge opportunity thanks to European funds. More than 160 billion euros for Spain should help the Spaniards and Spanish enterprises. This is European money. It is money of the people of Europe for the people of Spain. We want to make sure that this money arrives as soon as possible, but European money can only arrive and be used if the state of rule is respected and also European norms. The attack to the rule of law in Spain is attacking European standards, and Mr. Sanchez runs the risk of blocking the European funds. We don't want this to happen, but the Amnesty Act is an attack and a clear risk. We want the European funds to be for the Spaniards and to arrive fast. We came here today to protect the state of the rule of law, and we will come as many times as is necessary and during the time that is necessary. This is also our message for the Spanish population. You have to speak loud and clear, and you have to state that you do not accept this attack to the rule of law. Thank you all for being with us, and thank you for your concern about what is happening in Spain. Thank you for defending European values. I think that the rule of law will win. I am sure that Spain will win, and I ask you, please, make sure that you believe this with me. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. So we start work now, and I leave the floor to our next speaker, Jorge Azcón, the President of the region of Aragon. Please, Jorge.
Buenos días, bon dia.
Good morning. I speak a little bit of Catalan. Better than English. My Catalan is better than English. Imagine. I'll switch to Spanish, he says. Thank you very much, dear Manfred, the President Feijóo. Thank you very much for coming to Spain. Thank you very much for coming to Europe in such important times that we are witnessing here in the context of Spanish politics. Spain has always been a country with European sentiments, but now more than ever, Europe needs to be felt in Spain. Now more than ever. Why am I saying so? Because European democracy, Spanish democracy, has been threatened throughout history. It's not the first time. It's not been the first time that democracy is under attack here in our country. Democracy in Spain was attacked with the coup d'etat, February 23rd, 1981. Democracy in Spain was attacked on October the 1st, 2017, on the part of separatists here in Catalonia, and democracy in Spain has been suffering many repeated attacks, adopting the form of terrorist attacks. So whoever attacked democracy in Spain, people undergoing coups, separatists, terrorists, independentists, they wanted to change democracy in our country. They wanted to change the rule of law in our country. But the present time is different, radically, dramatically different compared to the past. Why am I saying so? All those who wanted to put an end to democracy used to go to prison in the past. February 23rd, 1981. The police force, the Guardia Civil, the judges, the prosecutors put those people in jail. For years and years, terrorists in this country murdered the true heroes of democracy in this country, the victims of terrorism. those people, not all of them, but nearly all of them, according to the victims' relatives, they say that there are over 300 crimes still to be judged and defined. But most of those murderers would end in jail. After October the 1st, you remember the illegal referendum in Catalonia, some judges, some prosecutors passed a ruling so that those people would be put in jail. What is the difference comparing now, the present moment in European democracy? What's happening now is that the government who's supposed to help those people suffer the consequences, meaning being put in jail. So these people are now getting out of jail. That's the amnesty law. So all those people that put our constitution under attack, all those people that tried to change something in our system in a generous manner, well, suddenly they need to be forgiven in exchange for the vote that Mr. Sanchez, of course, needed to become prime minister of this country. That's why he wants to let these people out of jail. And that is the debate right now in Spain. And that is the main reason why now more than ever we need Europe. We need Europe and we need the European People's Party. Now more than ever. Because, of course, in a very short period of time, we will have new elections to the European Parliament. That's no surprise. And those elections will be very, very important for Spain because we are voting, of course, in the European context, but we will be voting also in order to defend the democracy and the rule of law and power separation and judicial independence and separation. The next European elections will be so important in Spain because this will be about defending democracy. This will be about who's ready to make the most of democracy. Some people are under the pretext of just sticking to their position, just sticking to La Moncloa, sticking to the Spanish presidency. So that's why in the coming months our role will be very, very important. Whatever we do in the European context will be so important because everything is at stake. The trust vis-à-vis Europe is at stake. We, the Spanish people, need to continue believing that Europe is an institution that helps us all, that Europe as such as an institution is fulfilling its job. And that is why today I am here representing so many different colleagues, also presidents of autonomous regions here in Catalonia, autonomous communities, other fellow colleagues like me, members of the People's Party in Spain, and in the next session of the Committee of Regions, we will go there massively and block joining other mayors that will come with us, all the presidents, the People's Party will attend this meeting of the European Committee of the Region to discuss democracy, to discuss the rule of law, to discuss the lawfare that the Socialist Party and Junts have agreed in their negotiations. That is something that's not defendable, that's not acceptable for our rule of law. And as we just heard from the vice chair of the EPP group, from Mr. Mercer, without juridical stability, there will be no investments. That's why we are so concerned about those delays in European funds terms, as we just heard from Mr. Mursan, and with the need for this third amendment taking us to wherever it needs to take us, because it's not just about transforming the economy, it's about reaching SMEs. We want all of these funds to get to the self-employed, freelancers, small entrepreneurs, and an excess bureaucracy and poor planning has not made this a reality in many regions in Spain, where we've been in power for some time now. After years of socialist rule, we have not been able to do so, because it's not just about reallocating or creating bodies that manage European funds. It's beyond that. So we don't have that much time. We have much less time compared to the beginning, when the recovery path journey journey started. Some funds have been allocated but are not here yet. We will have to reallocate them in record time, so very, very quickly. There must be bodies, institutions, organizations that actually will monitor the efficiency in managing those European funds, and part of this has to do with the fact that in the past few years things have not been done properly. The job has not been done properly. So a lot is at stake. A lot is at stake in the coming years. Many things are at stake in the coming elections, in the European elections, and I am absolutely convinced of the fact that our members, the members of the European People's Party, they're doing a great job, and thanks to their great job, the focus of the European debate will be about what really, really matters, which is the fact that in Spain, some people are willing to pay a huge price, too high a price, in our democracy, with the sole objective of actually staying in power. Some people are willing to do so. Some people, as we see, are ready to strike a deal with extremists to the far, far, far right. They're willing to strike deals with independentist people, with heirs of terrorism. They're willing to negotiate and agree deals with the extreme left Communist Party with just the sole objective of staying in power. That's why we have so many risks as regions in Spain, and the coming months are so important. We, as autonomous communities in Spain, and we, of course, have a lot of them. We are in power in a lot of them here in Spain. We are going to do whatever it takes. We'll go as far as we can, of course, under the realm of legality. And we started off a few weeks ago. We went to the Spanish chamber when we summoned the conference of autonomous presidents, and we will have a meeting soon enough. And we trust the institutions, because when this amnesty law is passed, definitely in the chamber of members of parliament, the communities, the regions will actually present a recourse. We will file a recourse because we think that this is anti-constitutional, and we advocate for the rule of law and power separation and judicial independence. That's why I want to close by thanking again all those of you who make this possible for Europe to be at the heart of European and Spanish politics. Europe is more important than ever here in Spain, because now, right now, in such an important turning point, we need to advocate democracy more than ever, because we would never have thought that would be necessary. We Spaniards, we would never we would never have thought that the government of Spain itself would attack the constitution and that it would attack the main democratic values. Who would have expected that? Because until now, so far, the government was there to defend justice and equality and political pluralism and judicial independence. Until now, the government was defending that and not attacking that, and that is the current situation. That's what we are facing right now. So that's why I'm convinced that the next months will be hard in terms of hard work. We will work hand in hand with the EPP in order to turn Spain into a great, great country in this family, the European Union that joins us together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jorge. And now we move to the first panel with many interesting speakers. The title of the first panel is Upholding the Principles of Rule of Law. This panel will be moderated by our friend from Poland, Olgierd Gabliewicz, who is the president of the EPP group in the Committee of the Regions. He's the voice of mayors and of regions in the EPP. He works closely with many Spanish mayors and presidents of regions, and he comes from Poland. He's the president of West Pomerania region. They fought for the rule of law in Poland, and they won. He will tell us about this. Join us here, Olgierd. And together with him, there will be on the panel Esteban González Pons, member of the Congress of Deputies, the Deputy Secretary of Institutional Action of Partido Popular, many years a member of the European Parliament and Vice President of the EPP Group responsible for the rule of law. He helped to defend the rule of law in many countries in Europe. He's with us this morning. And then José Luis Martínez Almeida, the Mayor of Madrid, and José Sánchez y Libra, the President of Fomento del Trabajo Nacional, the oldest business association in Europe. Colleagues, join us here. Before we start with the colleagues, we have a special video address from Maria Gabriel, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bulgaria, Deputy Prime Minister, someone who fights for the rule of law in her country, and then Olga takes over. Please.
Dear President Feijóo, dear Manfred, dear Dolores, dear colleagues and friends, allow me to start by thanking my dear colleague Dolores Montserrat for the invitation to take part in this crucial conference on Road to Recovery. Let me be very clear. The European Union is a union of values. These values are common to all European member states according to Article 2 of the Treaty of the European Union. And the rule of law stands alongside freedom, democracy, and respect for human rights as one of the founding values of the Union. The rule of law is at the core of our unity. Therefore, upholding the principle of rule of law is essential for making our Union credible and so attractive for people from around the world. The rule of law is a noble cause that should be defended at any cost. The independence of judicial systems is not negotiable. It cannot be sacrificed in order to simply gain more votes to form a government majority. In this regard, I'm deeply concerned about the deterioration of the rule of law in Spain following the socialists' attempt to win support of Catalan separatists. Spain used to be admired and valued for the respect for democracy and rule of law. The decisions taken by Sanchez's government hit these values at heart. We cannot and will not allow our common values to be put at risk. Questioning rule of law is questioning the essence of the democracy, the basic pillars on which we built our society, such as the separation of power, freedom of judiciary system, etc. With this in mind, we, as EPP, call on the European Commission to take action and assess whether the deal agreed upon between the Spanish Socialist Prime Minister and the Catalan Independence Party is a clear violation of the rule of law and the principle of the separation of power. As far as the agreement will be granting amnesty to those politically responsible for the attempted breakdown of the Spanish constitutional order in 2017, it breaches the legal principle of equal treatment of all Spanish citizens before the law. In fact, the deal includes the implementation of the principle of lawfare to all the judicial decisions. This raises concerns because it opens the door to the interference of the judiciary by the legislative power, as all associations of judges and prosecutors have claimed. In practice, this means that parliamentary mechanisms will monitor how judges will apply this amnesty law. And this, without any doubt, is against the essence of the separation of power. The stability of the institutions is being tested, therefore, in an unsustainable way, as the socialist government is being now hostage of the separatists that can withdraw their support at any moment. The stability of Spain and legal certainty are questioned. We face, in fact, a very unstable scenario with unforeseeable consequences at national but also at international level. The recent developments in Spain show also that we should strengthen our efforts to counter foreign interference, information manipulation and hybrid threats in our democracies. We need to address this challenge as it poses a real threat to democratic values and principles. We want a strong Spain in a united Europe. We want Spain to continue to be at the heart of our debates in building a common future. We count in Bulgaria on Spain as our close partner, and we are willing to further strengthen our cooperation. But for this, we need Spain to be governed by a stable government, that is respecting the fundamental principles such as rule of law. We, in the EPP, stand by the people on the streets that protest in cities across Spain against the amnesty. We remain determined to continue to defend the rule of law and send a clear message that everybody should be equal before the law. Thank you, colleagues.
Dear friends, before we start our panel, I would like to convey you two messages. First, as a president of an EPP group in the European Committee of Regions, I would like to ensure you that all EPP councillors, mayors, presidents of regions from whole Europe stand with you with solidarity. We are concerned about what has happened in Spain. We are more than happy about your tremendous victory in May, when you managed to regain a power in so many regions of Spain. We are very proud that 12 out of 17 autonomous regions in Spain are governed by our strong leaders. We are so happy that we have such a strong leaders in our team in Committee of Regions, that you are so active, so dedicated to build a common strong Europe. But right now, I would like to ensure you that all people from local and regional level from whole Europe are with you. We are concerned. We will fight with you for a free Spain. Second message I would like to convey to you as a Pole. As you surely know, in Poland we have had violated constitution, rule of law for more than 8 years. We experienced political corruption, and we know how difficult it is to fight with populists. But I would like to convey you a hope and trust, because everything is possible. Nothing lasts forever. Every violation of law will be judged. So right now in Poland, we are creating our new government. I would like to pass all of you greetings for your great friend Donald Tusk, who is creating new government in Poland. And please believe me, all people in Poland are very concerned about Spain, but we would like to deliver you our hope that in near future, not in long future, the truth, the rule of law, democracy, constitution will win in Spain. We keep our fingers crossed for it. And in this moment, I would like to only cordially thank our host, Alberto, Dolores, for inviting us here to discuss such a crucial topic. I would like to cordially thank Manfred and Siegfried, our leaders of EPP family, that every time people from local and regional level are taken on board, because EPP is the first and the only family which is built on the ground, with our councillors, with our mayors, with our presidents of regions, with our prime ministers, and in our leaders in Europe. That's why we are so strong. That's why we will be successful in Europe. And that's why we will regain a power in Spain as well. So thank you very much one more time, and we can start our panel. And the first question will be to our long-standing, very experienced MEP and our great friend, Esteban González Pons. And of course, I would like to, Esteban, ask you about this European aspect. What we can do together right now to defeat populists, to fight for a rule of law on this European level. As you surely know, in Poland, the money from RRF are blocked because of violation of the rule of law. But it is not only RRF money which are endangered, because we need to keep in mind that even traditional funds can be blocked when European Charter of Fundamental Rights is violated. So that's why the first question is what we can do together in Europe to protect democracy and rule of law in Spain.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días a todos.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. In Spain, we are living a situation without precedent because for the very first time in history, we have a president, a prime minister, who doesn't aspire to represent all Spaniards, but only half of the Spaniards against the other half. And I say against. And however, a leader of the opposition that for the first time in history is aspiring to represent all Spaniards and not only those who voted for him. So what would be normal is for the Prime Minister of Spain to represent the whole of the country and for the opposition leader to represent only those who voted him. But our Prime Minister in Spain wants to represent only half of the Spaniards against the other half. And Alberto Núñez Feijóo, who is the leader of the opposition, is in fact the person responsible, the person who absolutely represents all Spain, not only those who voted for him. So thank you, Alberto, for representing us all.
I have a word to my European colleagues, Manfred, Siegfried, José Manuel. Just one word. Brothers, my word is thank you. Thank you because you are defending Spain as if it were your own country, demonstrating that all of us are Europe, that we are Europeans as you are. So please don't let us alone. Please help Spain. Please continue. And take my word. Just thank you, brothers.
I would also like to thank, well, I want to say hello to the President of Aragon and Xavi, Mayor of Madrid. My greetings to all the people with us here, so many friends, so many colleagues, and thank you, Juan, as well, person responsible for the economy in the Popular Party, but a special salute for Dolores, who organized all this, who addressed the debate, the discussion that took place last week in the European Parliament. She is brilliantly leading the Spanish delegation in the European Parliament, and to her and all the colleagues of the group in Europe, to all the members of the European Parliament, to so many that I see here, people who do so much day in and day out, and this is being seen now more than ever when Spain really needs them. So very especially Javier Zarzalejos, thank you for the work in the Public Liberties Commission, and thank you for that good work defending human rights and freedom in Spain. Thank you to the delegation of the Popular Party in the European Parliament. You are essential. And now, going back to the issue that we're dealing with, I will say that yes, indeed, in the same way as mathematical limits tend to the infinite but never get to the infinite, the current Spanish situation tends to what has been the Hungarian or Polish situation, and we hope that it never gets there. Because it's not only the Amnesty Act. This is what you are finding out about right now. But before the Amnesty Act, it was the main defender, Sanchez appointed a minister of his government to be the head of the legal issue and then appointed the fiscal of the state to the aid of this person. And this person made this ex-minister somebody that had to go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has decreed that that was a non-legal appointment, an appointment that was practically a crime. But the government has confirmed both the attorney and the general attorney of the state, and after that it was the General Council of the judicial power. The government in Spain has forbidden the government of judges to appoint judges in the Supreme Court. And now more than 1/3 of the vacancies of the Supreme Court are empty. If things continue this way, in 2 years' time, the Supreme Court will stop functioning. Europe is asking us to renew the General Council of the judicial power and for us to change the law by which these persons are appointed, to make sure that judges are not appointed by the government, but rather by the same judges. The Popular Party in Spain is ready to comply both conditions, to renew the council and to change the law. But the government of Spain is not ready to do so. And after that, it was the Constitutional Court. It is important that all of you know that the Spanish Constitutional Court is led by a judge who has been a politician. He was General Attorney of the State of a socialist government. Traditionally, in the Constitutional Court, the presidents would correspond to the majority and the vice presidency would correspond to the minority. In this court now, most of the members have that the presidency and the vice president is for the government, and the minority then has no place there. It's important that you know that for the first time in our constitutional history, an ex-minister who is a magistrate of the Constitutional Court and an ex-general director of the government is a member of the Constitutional Tribunal. So they are not ex-ministers and ex-general director of previous governments, not at all, but rather of the government of Pedro Sánchez. So we see the paradox happening that they will be judges of the same laws that they collaborated to create. But furthermore, there is a vacancy in this tribunal that corresponds to the Popular Party. And the Socialist Party is not allowing us to appoint this person. And what we see is that for the first time in history, there is a majority of 7 magistrates of one political side versus 4 magistrates of another, and it makes it impossible to have any sentence that goes against the will of the government. And furthermore, in this constitutional tribunal, there is a vote discipline, as though it were a political parliament. So the magistrates that make up one block vote as a block, and those of the other side vote as well as a block. And the sentences are always decided on the basis of 7-4. That's always the math. In this situation of political corruption of the Constitutional Tribunal, the tribunal is not any longer a jurisdictional body and has become yet another governmental body. It has lost its neutrality. But after that came the pardons, political pardons, and that indeed was attempting to go against the Spanish Constitution. After that came the legal changes. The crime of coup d'etat was not made a crime any longer when there was no violence, and there was the sentence was more favorable when there was no so much violence, and that favored the Catalan independentists. And finally came amnesty. Amnesty, for all of you to understand, consists of 2 things. First, those voting the Amnesty Act obtain a benefit, a direct benefit from that act. First, because their crimes will be pardoned, and second, because they get to government. There is no political group in favor of the law of amnesty that is not obtaining a direct benefit from this law of amnesty. So then it is a self-amnesty. In fact, the politicians are granting to themselves, as happened in Romania. Second, it is creating a very, very dangerous precedent by which half plus 1 of the members of the parliament can grant amnesty for any crime, for any offense. And when I say any, it means any, because in this law, Manfred, yes, there is amnesty of terrorism. Yes, there is. Irache Garcia was lying when it was said that terrorism was not being a part of the amnesty. There is amnesty for terrorism. They are lying on that too. So this law is giving the amnesty to terrorism and political corruption. So then, in the future, any parliamentary majority can grant amnesty to any crime or offense in order to get to the government. Let us imagine the case of Portugal. Costa could perfectly well, as Pedro Sánchez has done, having absolute majority in the Portuguese parliament, say, for the good of the living together in harmony in Portugal, to prevent general elections, I am granting myself amnesty, and I am granting amnesty to all the persons involved in this case, because I have a sufficient majority to be able to do so, and because I want to continue in government. This is the Spanish case. In order to get to government, a parliamentary majority is self-granting itself amnesty that will benefit those reaching the government and those that get pardoned for their crimes. There is no greater corruption of the democratic system. There is no greater corruption of the rule of law. As Jorge Azcón, the president, was saying in his intervention, if Europe doesn't actually give an answer to Spain, it is very possible that that would be the first seed of Spanish anti-Europeism. So not only are we risking the survival of Spanish democracy, but also the faith of Spaniards in the European Union as a solution to our problems. There is a very famous thought of Ortega y Gasset, a Spanish philosopher, who said, Spain is the problem and Europe is the solution. This now is the time to prove this and make sure that Ortega y Gasset may have been right. The answer is yes, indeed. Spanish is tending to Poland if Europe doesn't prevent it.
Thank you very much, Esteban, for a great intervention. Right now, I would like to ask our dear mayor, Mayor of Madrid, dear José Luis, about, because we could experience the pictures of huge rallies, huge protests in Madrid last weeks, actually. It is the same pictures like I have in my mind and in my heart from Warsaw a few weeks ago, because people want to protect our democracy. People are very motivated to protect our common values. But on the other hand, people understand that what is going on when you violate the rule of law finally have influence on their daily life in the cities. Because I'm a president of one of the Polish regions, of West Pomerania region, like it was mentioned, and the money which are blocked for my region caused that we cannot develop the public green transport, that we couldn't invest in the healthcare system, in the digitalization, and so on. So how do you think how this situation can develop? What we can do from the ground, from the people to protect democracy and prevent such a violation?
Thanks to European. Ahora sí, ¿no?
Yes, now you can hear me.
The European Popular Party for organizes this meeting here in Barcelona. That's particularly important in our struggle to protect our rule of law, our democracy, and our freedom. Me gustaría agradecer en primer lugar.
First of all, I would like to say thank you to the organizers of this meeting. Thank you to the European People's Party. We feel really very good in this fight to protect our democracy. We have you next to us, and that you are fully aware of the huge importance. So my thanks to Dolors Montserrat as well, and all the delegation of the Popular Party and the European Parliament for the great work that you have done to convey to all the European Union, and that means to the whole of Europe, that we believe in freedom, democracy, and state of rule. And we are working for this, and we are concerned because indeed all this is in peril. Esteban said it very well, didn't he? We are on the way to become Poland. I think that we are fully aware of the importance of a liberal democracy. I think it is the shortest way for the generation of wealth, prosperity based on market economy, for having a real state of rule. And we know that this space was built after the Second World War precisely on the basis of this liberal democracy concept. So that's why it shouldn't surprise us that the first aim of the enemies of democracy should be to go to actually destroy this liberal democracy. And there is a treble attack happening here. First, there is an attack of the institutions, because the deterioration of institutions is the first step to end our standard of democracy. There is a catalogue of horrors that has been very well described by Esteban in his intervention, and he has explained very well what we thought would never happen in Spain is happening. And so institutions such as the state attorney's delegation or the General Council of the Judicial Power, these are not considered as tools for defending the rule of law, but tools, in fact, to defend Pedro Sánchez and his government. They are wanting to build a wall. The only wall that should be built in democracy is to protect democracy, not to protect oneself against democracy. This is what Pedro Sánchez is doing. He's building a wall to protect himself against the state of rule. Second, looking for enemies. It is always necessary to look for enemies that justify these flagrant violations of the basic rules and principles of democracy. We've seen a prime minister that has called by names and surnames different entrepreneurs in the Senate. He has pointed at media, and at the same time he has established dividing lines with the generation of different blocks. And what he wants is to divide society in two completely different blocks. On the one hand, the good persons, those, of course, that have a moral superiority that allows them to do any kind of offense, and on the other side, the bad people, those who didn't vote for Pedro Sánchez or any of his allies to make up the government. And this is what he said in the opening words when he was appointed as prime minister. And thirdly, he is attacking the state of rule, the rule of law. He is attacking it through many paths, but especially two that are extraordinarily important. First, the violation of the legal status, and this is done not only by confronting existing laws, but by generating laws that we are fully aware go against the very roots of our democracy and our rule of law, as is, in this case, the law of amnesty that generates twofold consequences that are very negative. First, amnesty goes against equality amongst the Spanish peoples. So then there will be first and second class Spaniards after this, Spanish people that will have to follow the law and others that will not. And secondly, it is also arbitrary in public powers. They are looking for the law not for the general good, which should be the political responsibility, but rather what he looks for is private benefit. And so then he is making up a government, and I have to say, against the majority of Spanish people who voted differently. And also the aim of this mandate is to actually kidnap judicial power, because judicial power is the very last pillar of the rule of law to stop this incredible criminal record. So it is the ultimate limit that any authoritarian government should crash against. And that's why it is so crucially important for Pedro Sánchez to definitely have the control of the General Council of the Judicial Power and to be able to establish his judicial criteria, not from the point that should be based on equality. And that's why the Minister for Presidency is the representative of the judicial power and has competencies, judicial competencies, and now as well competencies in the other sphere. So there is a kidnapping of the judiciary power. It is something unheard of in democracy that one same minister has the legislative, executive, and judicial powers. And this is happening. Why? Because we know how it's been working in Spain right now. And the judicial power, as I say, is the last pillar. I was reading a very good article of a professor, Lescurain, and he was writing, saying that this is happening. There's this kidnapping of judiciary power. And he gave an anecdote that seems to have happened, dear Manfred, in Germany in times of Frederick I, when there was a farmer that had a mill that seemed to be disturbing the palace or the aesthetics or what could be seen from the palace. And when he was pressurized, he answered with an expression which is as follows: there are still judges in Berlin. Well, there are still judges in Spain, and there should be some remaining, because if we don't have independent judiciary power in Spain, that will be the terrible limit that should not be crossed, because then we will go on to be a very different democracy to what we were in 1978. But however, yes, this is truly serious. And now going to your question, regarding our concern and the citizens' concern. I think in Spain there are some things that make us resist this situation. First, the mobilization of Spaniards everywhere, and more specifically in Madrid in recent weeks and months, when the Spaniards have seen what was happening at the governmental level. As happened on November the 12th at 12 o'clock midday in a number of different capitals of province. Other than political parties, and of course we have the Popular Party with Alberto Núñez Feijóo, who called for that, but we had all kinds of people of all kinds of political parties that were linked only because they wanted the best future for our democracy and our rule of law. And I think it's good news in Spain. They came together to protest, and they made the protest very clear. And we have to say as well, it's important that we count with the European Union. Spain is a profoundly pro-Europe country. We are very grateful because our social, economic, institutional development in recent decades could not have happened without understanding what 1986 meant when we became part of Europe. And we do understand we have regional and local responsibilities. For example, as regards infrastructures, the management of European funds that have been coming in, also cohesion funds. And we are very much aware of the importance of the European Union. But of course, this is more qualitative, isn't it? The European Union is qualified not only from the economic point of view, not only from the cultural point of view, but especially from the point of view of shared values on the basis of common principles, and that is the prevalence of the rule of law. So Spain is not in peril right now, but also the European Union, because the European Union has to know that if Spain does not believe in the rule of law, if one of the great nations of the European nation moves away from the common democratic values, this will entail as well that the European Union becomes weaker in defending these values. For us, then, it is especially important to call to the European Union. You have to know that this joint effort is essential. It's not only Poland and Hungary. Now we have Spain as well. And we, the Spaniards who believe in shared principles and values, are convinced that we will have the help of the European Union. And I end with this law of amnesty, and you were asking as well, yes, as to what we, the regional and local leaders, think about this first and second class citizen situation. This is not done only through the law, through the amnesty law, but through a number of agreements in which they give also economic benefit in exchange for votes. And this makes it possible to have situations in which some Spaniards will benefit from public aids and subsidies and others will not, because the resources, the financial resources will not be there. Why? Because, well, we will not have been part of the bloc giving support to Pedro Sánchez. And this as well is terrible. And that's why so many Spanish people are demonstrating and calling against it. It's very important to have people going out into the streets to complain, because we want a rule of law. We must make sure in Spain that we live on the basis of democracy, of the rule of law, and not even Pedro Sánchez will be able to change that.
Thank you very much. And right now we are going to talk about the business more. Less about politics, more about the business. But everything in our world is connected, actually. But all we know that business likes stabilization, calmness, you know, transparent rules, and so on. What is the business? What about the business in Spain right now? What can strengthen business, and what can weaken business at the moment?
Thank you very much. En primer lugar, me gustaría
First and foremost, I would like to thank the kind invitation that we have received on the part of the EPP. Thank you, Dolores. Thank you, Manfred. I would like to greet also the different members of the EPP that are present here today, the different presidents of the autonomous communities in Spain, and the different mayors and top positions in the Popular Party in Spain. And thank you for being here. Thank you to the EPP for organizing such a brilliant conference. I was listening carefully to the previous interventions, and luckily, I was asked about business, and I wasn't asked to talk about politics, because that's not my realm. But I represent here Foment del Treball, the largest employers association in Spain. So in my position and in my wearing this jacket, then I wanted to start by saying that Foment del Treball is an organization with a long-standing tradition. We were born over 250 years ago. In Catalonia, we have 260,000 companies that are part of our employers association. So we represent approximately 70-75% of the private GDP in Catalonia, 16% of the private Spanish GDP, and around, revolving around our organization, we can assert that we sign 90% of the collective bargaining agreements that are signed all around Catalonia, throughout Catalonia. It is true that right now the Catalan and Spanish entrepreneurs are facing this economic uncertainty, which is certainly a reality, and we need to be ready, absolutely and constantly ready to tackle the challenges against this situation in Spain, against this backdrop, which of course is uncertainty, and the political atmosphere is not helping either. I've always prepared my presentations from the point of view of economic policies. So it's my intention here to not deepen into political issues, because of course this is to be left in the hands of the Parliament, also the regional parliaments, also the European Parliament. But since I'm here today, now, I wanted to convey a message, and I wanted to convey the concerns among the Spanish entrepreneurs in Spain, in Catalonia. We businessmen, businesswomen are concerned about this agreement reached between the Socialist Party and Sumar, because this is an agreement that goes straight to the heart of the Spanish entrepreneurs. It's targeting the competitiveness of our companies, which will be weakened. So from our point of view, in our perspective, we deem it very necessary, not just necessary, I would even say indispensable. It's essential for us entrepreneurs to have a say, to have a voice, and to be able to influence the Spanish Parliament so that we can revert the situation, because this is going to be a negative trend for the Spanish businesses if this agreement between the Socialist Party and Sumar really takes shape. It's an agreement, it's a pact that actually addresses worrisome things for the Spanish economy. Let me share an example. The collective bargaining agreement is at risk, the way in which it's been doing so far, because by law, the idea is to implement certain things by law, not through collective bargaining, but this 37.5 weekly working hours, that's going to be implemented by law. But you know that now there are some bargaining agreements that, are talking about fewer hours, less than 37.5. So this can be end up being implemented by law. Then, if this agreement really enters into force, there will be a possibility for Spain to really exert tax pressure that will be dangerous for our companies, just to put it this way, very dangerous, because there'll be aspects that are fundamental, and then new bylaws for the workers can be redrafted, and these are concerns that really affect the business people in Catalonia and Spain, the entrepreneurs in Catalonia and Spain that struggle to open the doors of their companies day after day, and who struggle to, keep their businesses competitive and alive and healthy, so that growth can be sustained. That is what we are aiming for, we as business people, and this Sustainable growth can then come hand in hand with guaranteed investment. This can guarantee new jobs, the creation of stable jobs, and last but not least, such sustainable growth, of course, will generate profits because our companies need to be profitable, and we need not be afraid of saying that we entrepreneurs want to gain profits. And on the part of Foment del Treball, the institution that I am representing here, we want these profits to be redistributed, so in the end we can achieve social cohesion. Of course, social cohesion that I think, and I want to say it here among ourselves, one of the problems in Spanish economy is the great inequalities, great inequalities that are are being scattered all around the country. That comes from Lehman Brothers, but these inequalities are being, repeating themselves over and over again, and even more so after the COVID-19 pandemic. So greater social cohesion, egalitarian distribution of our wealth. Those are key elements, key pillars that are in our heart, in the heart of our society, because that's what we share, most of the Spanish entrepreneurs, and that's our struggle within society. If you ask me what worries us the most among employers and entrepreneurs in Catalonia, I would mention juridical security, because we want to be certain. We, as Spanish citizens ourselves, we want to be certain about the norms, the rules that may be passed by different governments and by different regions in Spain, different communities, different autonomous communities in Spain. And we think that if there's an increase in the amount of norms, that actually leads to insecurity and not illegal networks. And we think that we're not going in the right direction because most of the governments in Spain, let's say for the past 15 years, they've been tempted to act like that. They've been wanting to legislate by means of royal decrees, royal decree laws, and that leads to insecurity. Because let me share an example. The People's Party between the years 2012-2019, presented 106 royal decree laws. The Socialist Party between the year 2018 and 2023 has presented 139 royal decree laws. And if we take as an example the regional government of Catalonia, the Generalitat, from the years 2012 and 2023, 167 royal decree laws have been presented in Catalonia. So you see what I mean when I say judicial insecurity. That's what I was referring to, and we think that is a risk for the future because there's lack of predictability in the governments that rule upon us in terms of Spain, also in terms of the different autonomous communities in this country. There is one aspect that really struck me when reading those agreements between the Socialist Party and the different political groups that are willing to support them in the coming term. I would like to mention one agreement between the Socialist Party and the Basque nationalist party. It's about the following. The Socialist Party would reach an agreement in the sense that all the royal decree laws that can be implemented in the coming term will be previously approved by them, by the nationalist Basque Party. So it's not just that they are informed about them, but they need to approve it. And of course, that we think that we should all be part of that, and not just the Basque nationalist party. So just to end with my first intervention, I would like to say that the future in terms of Spanish economy, well, is not certain for sure. I always tend to see the bottle half full rather than half empty. And I think that we can beat this legal uncertainty if we have business-friendly governments that guarantee legal certainty so that we can actually make our investments, etc. And at the same time, I would like to say that it would be so interesting for the coming term that has just been started this week. It would be great for us entrepreneurs and employers to have the chance to have a say and to have an influence on certain political groups, so to strike a balance between the Socialist Party and Sumar on the one hand side, and at the same time I would urge, or I would encourage the People's Party, so that from that perspective, the party would pursue complicities with other political groups, the Nationalist Basque Country or Junts per Catalonia, because the economic approaches really are very akin. I think in terms of ideology, in terms of economic ideology, there are similarities between People's Party principles and those suggested by the Basque Nationalist Party and Junts. So in the coming term, that will not be easy, of course, full of surprises, I guess, from the economic perspective. We should reach out to those complicities, alliances with different groups in the Congress in Spain, so that the productive economy is not biased, is not affected by other ideologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph. And right now, as we have still some time, I would like to have some more short questions. And coming back to Esteban, we are actually just ahead of European elections. And my question is how this political situation can influence on the European elections in Spain.
Honestamente creo.
Quite honestly, and I'll repeat that. I said that before, and President Afcon said that himself. The next European elections will be so key for Spain, because these will be elections about this amnesty that the government doesn't want to grant. The government will make a decision that goes against the will of the Spanish people. So this European elections will give the people an opportunity to respond to Mr. Sanchez, to respond to Mr. Sanchez's government and Mr. Sanchez's deals. So the pro-European faith in Spain will be at stake. That's what we will be voting for. Last week, Dolores Montserrat spoke in the European Parliament, and she said, "Listen, Europe." And that's what the Spanish people will say in the next elections. Whoever wants to send a message to the European Commission defending the Spanish state will actually say yes to Spain, and will actually say it by voting in the European elections.
I would like to only underline that our leader Manfred Weber always underlined that for us, for our EPP family, our perception of our party is being pro-European, pro-rule of law, and right now pro-Ukrainian. So in our philosophy, it is that protecting common Europe, it is protecting the rule of law. So that's why I fully agree that these elections will be crucial for Spain, but also for Poland and for whole Europe. We need to win this election, to protect Europe, to build our stability, to build our prosperity in Europe. And only such a reliable and responsible political force like EPP can be a guarantee of this. And coming back to Madrid, I would like to ask maybe such a question that out of my experience from Poland, we see that somebody who abuses power, who violate rule of law, attacked constitution, is enhanced, is encouraged to do next steps. In the Polish case, it was attack of independent media, and then attack to local and regional authorities as well. What do you think? Is it possible right now in Spain, as the first step was taken?
Sí, una mención respecto de
Just one
las
thing,
próximas elecciones europeas
one
que
more
son
thing about the upcoming European elections. They are so important, and I'm sure that the EPP will be the main force in Europe, and from the People's Party group, we will make our best so that this is a reality, and because the People's Party in Spain is #1 in the municipalities, also at a regional level, also at a country level, because we were the most widely voted party in the country, and we haven't been congratulated yet. Mr. Feijóo has not been congratulated by Mr. Sanchez. Probably this is not going to happen, not even our courtesy, and I'm sure that we will win again, so we will be the most voted party also in the European elections, thanks to Mr. Feijóo in part as well, and these elections are as important. And as to the question that you were suggesting, in Madrid, we are used to this since we are a political model that's opposing Mr. Sanchez's, and of course we advocate for a different politics in Spain, regardless of whether you've been voted more or less, politics that generates wealth and generates richness. And I agree with Josep. Madrid is indeed a business-friendly region, and we are making all the necessary efforts so that the legal certainty is guaranteed, so that there are simple rules, so that less red tape, less bureaucracy, and public-private partnerships are fostered in Madrid. I think we've achieved that. Maybe this is controversial, and other territories don't think like that, but we have achieved a new civil society in Madrid that's really fostering, that's really blooming, that's really cohesive, and we are being looked in really very, very closely on the part of the government. And there were measures that were against legal uncertainty. The tax on large fortunes, for instance, the only aim of this tax was going after the regional autonomic legal framework in Madrid. In the past few years, we've tried to find the way so that the independentist groups didn't have a say, but now, of course, the government is trying to do the opposite, and so that Madrid couldn't reach the possibilities as stated in the constitution, and that's why the taxation on large fortunes was an attempt, but it was not the only one. Of course, the government knows that our powers in our region and in the town hall in Madrid, foresees that some territories are ruled from other values, respect for the citizens and loyalty to the constitution, at the same time trying to always foster economic growth. Those were our principles, and in the future we will be attacked by the government of Spain. We are sure about that, but we have the backup, the support that we need, that coming from the people, from the citizens that voted for us, and we've achieved absolute majority in the past elections, and that's clearly an example that means truth. That means they trust us, and we will convey this message to the people in Madrid, to the people in Spain, that there is a way of doing politics that's so different compared to Mr. Sanchez's, and that's what Mr. Feijóo will do when he reaches the presidency of the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We wish all of you to do so. And coming back to business, maybe our meeting is in a context of rule of law, and on the other hand, on the context of RRF. As all of we know, Spain is a second biggest beneficiary of this big money. It is 163 billion of euro in both in grants and in loans for Spain. Big part of it should flow to business. So, Joseph, do you think that there are some kind of concerns that this money can be blocked? Do you need such a financial leverage to boost your economy?
Efectivamente, España inicialmente.
Yes, indeed. Spain, when the COVID-19 crisis occurred, was one of the countries in which the European Commission established a line, an incredible, very solid line of help for the development of our productive economy. Unfortunately, most of these economic and financial resources have not reached small and medium enterprises. Most of these economic aids have gone a lot to public administrations, and we are truly living a time and a process in which, well, maybe a huge effort should be made to make sure that the rest of these financial resources, most in the form of subsidies and credit, could go directly to the companies and the Spanish productive fabric so that this transformation could take place. I think that maybe what failed here, and I'm saying this from an entrepreneurial standpoint, well, what has failed is that the control mechanisms for these aids and subsidies and credits to get to the Spanish productive fabric, well, there were such large mechanisms that it's not been possible to effectively transform the mechanisms for the money to reach its destination. And we hope it eventually happens so that we can have a transformation of our productive economy. In our companies, in our different industries and sectors, we are looking for maximum liaison with the administration. But what really is failing, what is not working, is bureaucracy, the red tape of the different administrations. There are companies, and when companies decide to invest and want to do so with legal certainty to develop and implement certain projects, if the decision is made in the year 2021 or 2023, even for those funds to take maximum 12 months to arrive, it just is not, it's not correct that now in 2023, nearly 2024, the requisites have not happened for these investments to become a reality. The money is not materializing. And of course, many companies have kind of forgotten, really, and they have invested with their own money. They've forgotten about the next generation funds because investments have to be done at the best time. In the world of a company, you can't wait, so you have to invest the money when it's necessary. And maybe the experience with the next generation funds is what it is. But we should remember it, yes, and take it into account, not only the European Union, but the Spanish administrations, because bureaucracy kills the effectiveness and the efficiency and makes this money not be as good as it should be. It makes these funds not be really good for the transformation of the economy. And allow me, as I have the microphone and we are here with the best representatives of the European People's Party. Well, let me tell you that a week ago we had at my institution, Foment del Treball, a very, very interesting presentation given by Enric Oleta. And he talked to us about the possibility, and he also listened to what the productive economy in Spain was requesting for the reformation that should take place necessarily. So it means a reform of the European inner market so that we are competitive regarding two geographic and political scenarios that are reasons for concern in the Spanish economy and also the European economy. Nowadays, Europe is between two huge economic blocs, the US on the one hand and China on the other, and the bureaucracy, the paperwork is very agile in both blocs. And we have seen how, for example, in the United States, they have actually placed $500 million And this has done with the reactivation mechanism. And the government in the US has made sure to make that money available to entrepreneurs so that they can transform the economy of their companies really in an agile way. All they have to give is a declaration of responsibilities saying that those companies will in fact implement such money. That's all. That's the only step. And this is what we think would be truly effective for us in the next mandate in the European Union, in the European Parliament. So please, it's very important, be aware. If we are not as effective in Europe as the Americans or the Chinese, we will be losing the competitiveness of our enterprises, of our companies. So please, I want to convey the message. Please take this into account. I'm sure you will do it and you will have it in your programs. Thank you.
Thank you also very much. Actually, my watch informed me that I need to stand up and move a little bit. So it means that we should come to an end. And only to conclude, I think that what should be the first conclusion, that we need firm and clear response on the European level on the situation. And it is our challenge right now in all European institutions. And we feel this responsibility in both in European Parliament, in European Committee of Regions, so you can count on us. Second is our obligation to convey a message from the bottom, from the citizens, of Madrid and many cities, that they are concerned, and we cannot leave them with their concerns. And third, it is what I note down. It was that Spanish business needs the business-friendly government. So I hope that in near future you will have the pro-European, pro-rule of law, and pro-business and business-oriented government. And I wish to all of you to have it as soon as possible. All the best.
Tú ves el vaso medio lleno, porque eres del Español y yo del Atleti, y entonces no tenemos más remedio que...
So, dear friends, right now we would like to invite you to the coffee break, and we are coming back 11:30.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Dear colleagues, we continue. We continue our successful conference. In the first part, we discussed more about the rule of law. We discussed about why the rule of law is important for the economy. And now, dear colleagues, we will be discussing about the economy. The second panel, involvement of local authorities in the design and implementation of the recovery plan, lessons learned. This is the next panel, and then in the end, we will have the great speeches by EPP President Manfred Weber and Partido Popular President Alberto Núñez Feijóo. Now we have the panel about the recovery, and let us welcome José Manuel Fernandes, member of the European Parliament from Portugal. He's the head of the Portuguese delegation in the EPP group and the coordinator. And the coordinator of the EPP group in the Budgets Committee, Rob Jonkman, who is the alderman of the municipality of Opsterland in Netherlands, so he's coming from the Netherlands. He's a member in the... Please. He's in the Committee of the Regions, the European Committee of the Regions, and he's the person responsible for the implementation of the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Rosa Estaras, from Mallorca, member of the European Parliament, our colleague. She's the Secretary General of the Spanish delegation in the EPP group and the former Vice President of the Balearic Islands. She also works on employment and social affairs, a topic which is also an EPP topic. Welcome, Rosa. And Antoni Cañete, the President of PIMEC and Vice President of SME United. We start with Rob Jonkman, who delivers his remarks from here, and then José Manuel Fernandes, who moderates and coordinates the second panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Siegfried. Thank you. Dear Presidents, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, good morning, buen dia. Yes. Today we gather here in the vibrant city of Barcelona, the favorite city of Johan Cruyff and Ronald Koeman, with a famous football club that many Dutch people are fans of. It's an honor to address you all today and share my thoughts on the subject of the implementation of the Recovery and Resilience Facility, so-called RRF. And the implementation of the RRF seems well underway, with the Commission having received by September 1st this year 31 payments requests from 19 member states and disbursed a total amount of 153.4 billion euros. And because of administrative capacity issues, investment bottlenecks, high inflation and supply bottlenecks, some member states are facing challenges in the administrative funds and implementing their plans. However, the implementation of the RRF is progressing according to the Commission. The Council has positively assessed the initial plans of all member states, and the Commission has signed operational arrangement with 24 member states outlining monitoring, cooperation and implementation processes. The RRP implementation seems on track, but Repower EU chapters and plan revisions have delayed payments. Member states report progresses twice a year, with most milestones and targets have been reported as fulfilled. This seems all too good to be true, as involvement, or better said, the lack of involvement of local and regional authorities is a pressing issue that has been plaguing our society and the European project. The final success of this initiative hinges on the active participation of local and regional authorities, which unfortunately has been sorely lacking. Despite their valuable knowledge and expertise, they have been overlooked and sidelined in the decision-making process of the RRF. The Spanish government has been working to devise a comprehensive recovery plan that outlines strategic investments and reforms necessary for Catalonia and the whole of Spain to thrive in the aftermath of the pandemic. To ensure transparency and accountability in the implementation process, the Spanish government has established mechanisms for monitoring and reporting on the use of the RRF funds. The implementation of the RRF in Spain relies on the collective efforts and commitment of all stakeholders, including national, regional and local authorities, social partners and civil society. And I'm very interested to hear from our Spanish colleagues how they have experienced the implementation process so far. I've read some reports that they are not very positive, to be honest, so we will hear about it. Dear listeners, how could member states be so blind for the widely supported plea to involve local and regional authorities in the implementation, and what are the consequences? The consequences of this neglect are far-reaching. Without the input and involvement of local or regional authorities, the RRF has become a top-down approach that fails to effectively address the diverse needs for our communities. Local and regional authorities are the backbone of our communities. By involving them in the decision-making processes of the RRF, we tap into a valuable resource that can guide the allocation of funds toward projects that will have the greatest impact on the ground. Local and regional authorities have established networks and partnerships with local businesses and with civil society organizations and other stakeholders. And through dialogue, collaboration, and active participation, they can mobilize resources and foster a sense of ownership among all stakeholders. This bottom-up approach not only strengthens democratic values, but also enhances the effectiveness and sustainability of recovery efforts. Lastly, by involving local and regional authorities in the RRF, we empower them to take ownership. And this fosters a sense of accountability and responsibility, as well as a stronger connection between the authorities and their constituents. In turn, this builds trust and confidence among citizens who can witness firsthand the positive impact of the RRF on their daily lives. The EPP in the European Parliament has been fighting hard for subsidiarity and for embedding the partnership principle in the EU structural funds. And what do these principles still mean looking at the current situation? What can we do as EPP to prevent the RRF experience of a centralized allocation of funds and renationalization becoming more mainstream for other programs in the future? We might need to reflect on how stronger anchor the principles of subsidiarity and multi-level governance in the EU's treaties, and how to more effectively monitor its applications in practice. I see a shift from shared management towards more centralized national coordination of programs like RRF, JTF, Brexit Adjustment Reserve, where regional funds can be transferred to in a flexible way by member states more and more leaving us out. Ladies and gentlemen, our common work as EPP is not done yet. Therefore, I plea for continuous attention to be paid in our political work to multi-level governance and the partnership principle, so that they are not being forgotten. It's imperative that we rectify the current situation and ensure the active involvement of local and regional authorities in the RRF in many member states, including Spain. And this, in my opinion, can be achieved through the establishment of mechanisms that promote their participation, such as dedicated advisory committees, consultation processes, and a stronger role of local and regional authorities in the European semester. It's also for this continued challenge to finally break through this wall of national ignorance that I am more than willing to continue my political work together with the colleagues of the Committee of the Regions and in the European Parliament on the upcoming RRF evaluation to be published in 2024. Thank you very much for your attention. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your intervention. I will speak portuñol. Por isso vou falar de espaço
I'm going to be speaking slowly. I wanted to say thank you for having been invited here. It is an honor to have members of the European Parliament here, my colleagues from the European People's Party group, from the EPP, and thank you very much, Dolors Montserrat, for having invited me, and thank you for your organization efforts. Before I give the floor, I would like to convey some remarks. The socialist governments love recovery and resilience plans. They might be more centralist. They see that they have money available, but then they actually are bad sinners in the sense that they use the money to substitute national budgets. And even worse, they don't know what they want. And one may ask, where do we want Spain to be in 2030 as regards education, vocational training, competitiveness, exports, research? After answering this question, that has to, of course, be based as well on regional activity, it is seen that one should use the money in a structured way. Is the centralism, if you have it too central, there's not going to be a good structuring for the public and European funds. And that is very serious. It's very serious not to have a good structure. Socialists in government show us they don't know what they want, because first they said, yes, 80,000 million subsidies, we don't want any loans. But now they want money in loans and 83,000 million in loans instead of subsidies. So they don't know what they want. I do know what they want. They don't really care about the countries that they govern. They care only about political survival, and they don't really care. They just want this money to add to their power. And mostly this is what they invest the money in. Typically, they use European money to do what they don't know how to do nationally. But of course, let me give the floor now to Rosa Estaràs, our excellent colleague, the Secretary General of the Spanish delegation of the EPP group, and, well, as we know, former Vice President of the Balearic Islands, and she has done brilliant work. She is still doing brilliant work in the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs. You have the floor, Rosa. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dolores. First and foremost, it's lovely to be in this homeland in Barcelona, close to my homeland in the Balearic Islands. I see Dani Sirera as well. It's so great to see all those of you so close. Thank you for having organized this. Alberto, thank you very much. You are the hope of the country, but not only of Spain. You are also the hope for Europe, because the future of Europe and of European values is going to be written in Spain, and you will be the reference. Thank you, Alberto. Yeah, and as well to this incredible team. Thank you very much indeed. Always working so much. To all my colleagues at the European Parliament, and Isabel especially, who's also worked so well on the funds with the economic team. Thank you all for being here.
For your help every day, support to my country, Spain, and the support of the Spanish delegation. Thank you so much for being here.
And to all the other members of the European Parliament here, of course, well, we have Siegfried and our friend Fernandez, who's practically Spanish. His wife is a great mayoress, isn't she? And he is a member devoted to work, and he's been working on European funds, and where there have been mayors and people and regional presidents, he has always been working together to see how we can find a way to work best with these European funds. Well, first I would like to say that the Spanish government sets this European funds issue as a historical opportunity to fix, well, a number of problems and issues coming especially from the pandemic crisis. But the Spanish government, as is the case usually, decided to centralize the control, centralize the definition of the funds, and centralize the whole design in the central government. It is forgetting that Spain is a decentralized country, that there are many autonomous regions in Spain, that there is a lot of territorial power, there are city councils, there is an enormous civil society, but they have centralized everything in Moncloa, in the central government in Madrid. So in the design, they don't count with those who should be there. And it's a bad design from the word go, because there are projects designed without counting with anyone else. When one designs a road, in a bad way, the only thing that might happen, of course, is that there will be accidents occurring. So co-governance, being able to share and participate and getting all the regions to participate was not made possible. And this means we have been talking with city councils and regional governments, and they are all telling us that although the Spanish government has been calling sectorial conferences with mayors and regional authorities, it has been done simply for the government of Spain to inform as to what they were going to do in each one of the different territories, but without the participation of those who really knew the terrain, because it was their daily work. This, in turn, means that there has been no participation, although they wanted to participate, and many of the projects then do not meet the needs, the territorial needs of each Spanish region. As regards city councils and local administrations, they have been telling us that the administrative load is a burden. It's just red tape. It's enormously difficult. Here we have the mayor of Barcelona. He will tell us about it. But what he can tell us is what all the mayors are telling us in Spain. Yes, it's practically impossible to use. There is legal uncertainty, very short terms, difficult paperwork. And this means that many city councils have a part of co-financing available, and they have just given up. They have given up, and they have decided not to use these funds. They are even asking for a redefinition of these European funds. Even hoteliers and the hospitality industry in Palma and Mallorca, there was a high-level tourism meeting, and the hoteliers said, okay, yes, it seems that we have munition, but it should become fuel. So we need a new redefinition of the funds, because they are not being used adequately. These funds had to transform the economy. They had to be funds that were pioneering for digital transformation and that would work for sustainability as well. But they are not going to transform anything because they are not arriving to the real economy. This is going to be explained as well by Antonio with the SMEs. When you talk with small and medium enterprises, they have also given up. They are not even trying to ask for these funds because the administrative burden entailed is really much greater than what they are going to be receiving in turn. So the impact on the real economy is practically zero. The impact as of 2022 was 0.86% on the GDP. So there is no impact, and these funds are not attaining the goals that they were designed for. Something else that's very important is that a great part of these European funds are being destined to public bodies, and that doesn't make much sense either, because we'll talk about transparency later on, but it doesn't make sense. We don't really know where these funds are getting to. The coordination between administrations in a country such as Spain that is highly decentralized is not being carried out properly. The implementation and the assignment is based on a lack of coordination. There are bottlenecks everywhere. And when the definition of the funds was given initially, there was no analysis carried out with qualified experts in the different administrations. So we also need people working on them. There is an added problem, and that is that in legal certainty, because typically civil servants themselves find it difficult to understand what has been passed at the level of the government of Spain. That means that many tenders are not actually competed for, and those funds are not eventually assigned or used. There is also a lack of trust from the entrepreneurial fabric and of the surveys carried out. We see that 43% of Spanish companies, especially small and medium enterprises, do not trust in the funds because they don't really see them as possible. And of course, as we know, a lack of trust is never good for the economy. Transparency then is zero. We are talking of an opaque situation. We have repeatedly asked for a mission of observation, especially in February, and then also here this came simultaneously with another observation mission for another law regarding women. But we requested that to have a list of 100 beneficiaries of the real economy, beneficiaries of the funds. Spain is not sharing this data. They are giving us aggregated data that's very difficult to interpret. Not even the main institutions of the entrepreneurial world can interpret that information. We know some money has gone to Renfe, the railway company, Volkswagen, Telefonica, to some important automotive companies, Spanish TV, but we truly don't know who the end beneficiaries are. And we know that when the real economy, when companies, people who have 10, 15, 30 employees want the money, they have not received one single euro. And these companies are choosing to invest their own money, as was said to us before by the president of the Spanish Entrepreneurial Association. So these European funds are not getting where they should. There's a lot of propaganda. Sanchez repeatedly mentioned this, and this is typical, of course, because we live in incredible times. I'm rather worried because people are getting used to this. They are getting used to reading and listening to lies, changes of opinion, a certain superficial stance. It's kind of a frivolous system in which honesty doesn't seem to exist, and everything is changing constantly with no consistency and with a superficial veneer. And the European funds then are adapting to this style as well. They are not being invested. And of course, this is becoming a kind of snowball effect. Last year, a number of funds had to be transferred to this year because they had not been invested. And Spain, whenever it goes to the Commission, says that, yes, it's mobilizing the money, but one thing is to mobilize funds and another is to invest them and actually implement them. Spain is number 12 in implementation. I have the statistics, but we have France, Sweden, Germany, Austria, they are in leading positions, but Spain is only with 10.4% implementation of the European funds. So we are missing a historical opportunity. We are very worried as well about how this money is used. Where is this money going? Because the initial goal was very positive, but in the hands of a bad ruler, the money becomes something bad. José Fernández was saying that this money is being used for something that it shouldn't be used for. And you were saying this is happening in Spain. Truly, we don't have a lot of information, because if we had all the information, very possibly we would go berserk, because what they are typically doing all the time is really tainted by ideology. In order to implement funds, you must have a state of rule, indeed. And everything that is happening is because of this. I'm so worried about everything, the law of amnesty, what's going on. But what concerns me is that there is a story being given in which those on the good side are being said to be evil and those on the evil side are being said to be good. And they are repeating this so many times that they are making lies become truths, or we have a transvestite reality. So one then has to discern. We have to make sure to speak loud and clear for this not to go on happening, and we have to make sure that these funds have the same substance as they have in other countries, and we don't want to follow models, as we know, as Hungary or Poland in the past. So then these funds had to be devoted to employment. And something must have happened, because we still have the highest unemployment in the EU. Two figures. Spain is the second with the highest women's unemployment figures, and also youth unemployment. So we really don't know what the transforming power of these funds is if we are still having the worst employment figures in Europe. And this indeed would be, or should be, the first thing to change. Let me end by saying that, well, here we are at the European Parliament, and Manfred, you too, with all the team, and Esteban as well, in Feijóo's team. Well, we have to explain to Europe that what we are defending is not anything to do with a political party. It's not some against others. It's not this. It's much more. It has to do with truth. It has to do with listening to the citizens. The funds are not reaching the real economy, so we cannot transform the economy, and we cannot remain at the very end of competitiveness, and we are making ideology pollute everything that is being done. To get the funds, reforms were demanded, many, many reforms, unemployment reform, pension reform, housing reform. All these reforms are based on ideology, and what they have entailed in Spain is a greater burden for the entrepreneurs, much more tax, and a loss of competitiveness. When we analyze why all this is happening, well, the entrepreneurs never, ever before had had the enormous burden that they have right now, never had the housing market been in such a bad situation as it is right now in Spain. And obviously what Brussels has stated as to the pension system, this is not working in Spain, and it's always the same people who lose out on this game. So we have to do something. Europe is our hope, but most especially Europe needs the help and the voice of the citizens, and this is being led by our president, so that this voice is heard and things change, and we change policies that are totally mistaken. Policies in which who rules wants to go to the good pages of history books, but this would never be done in this way. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Los socialistas, los gobiernos hacen.
The socialists, the governments are doing something else. They use the plans for the reforms that they want to execute, and then they say that they need to execute the reforms that they have asked for, because otherwise they wouldn't been able to receive the funds, and then it's all in the hands of Brussels. So that is yet another socialist tactic. Now, Antoni Cañete, please, the floor is yours. President of PMEC, so Vice President of SMEs. SMEs are essential in the European context and also here in Spain, so the floor is yours. So thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Is this in Catalan and Spanish and English?
Montserrat and Partit Popular to inviting us to this event. It's great to have the opportunity to discuss, reflecting and proposal what is the world way we need to work together to the road to recovery. It's for us, the world is changing faster than one can see. Even the world changing faster than I can explain. We need to take profit to these changes and turn them into opportunities. That is very, very, very important. And we need Europe, and more Europe. I like give you an example, such as COVID. When in COVID, the most important problem we had the last years, the last century, we work together. It's a gift exemplar example to work in this way. I prefer my speech in Spanish. It's better for you, and it's better for me too. Thanks. Buen día, decía y comentaba que necesitamos.
Good morning. I was just saying that we need Europe, and more Europe, but Europe in the right direction, because you have suggested here on the table 2 topics to discuss that are not minor. And most of you, of course, know us. But for those of you who don't know us, we are a group of companies. But we are an important social agent. I represent PMEC, the Employers Association for SMEs. I'm also vice president at SME United. And I am also president of the Spanish Association for SMEs. So I am also president of the movement, economic entrepreneurial movement. That's probably the largest one in Spain ever. And I think in Europe as well, of the multi-sectorial platform against default payments, and in order to actually organize one of the most important problems that we have, maybe not in Europe, but especially in southern Europe, Greece, Portugal, Italy, Spain. So we've been working along those lines. think about the following: 1 in 3 companies that had to lock their doors in the previous crisis, it was due to late payments, to bad debts. So that is really key, and that is leading to, and I'll explain that is leading to important changes. And beyond that, we have created an entity with over 618 entrepreneurs volunteering in our governing bodies, and we are in over 900 dialogue groups in Spain, in Europe, and also in territorial areas in Catalonia here, defending those interests and the rights of SMEs and the right of the self-employed. So having these topics on the table, and having said it, and having introduced myself, and along the lines of what we heard before, let's discuss European funds. Possibly, we've never had in Europe such an important bet on the part of the EU, as is this case with the Next Generation funds. It's a firm belief, and precisely now, when we clearly need to believe in Europe and work for Europe, because it's the solution to all of these geographical and political challenges, and we will have to compete. It's a great objective, and the fact that there's a debt of over 700 billion euro in Europe, that is so important, and these funds are so helpful, because otherwise those debts will have to be paid by the future generations, by our children and grandchildren. So we need to turn these changes and these challenges into opportunities, as I said in my opening remarks. The Next Generation funds, though, well, these are not resources that are just given, just distributed in different territories, in different countries, but it's an investment. And it's an investment that needs to be carried out, and when it's done, when it is really carried out, it needs to yield a return. So we need to use those funds in the right manner and in the right direction. When we take a look at the reality in Europe, just like in Catalonia, just like in Spain, all over Europe, SMEs account for 99.8% of the total. Companies over 95% in Europe. So we contribute over 70% of jobs in Europe, over 60% of the GDP. That's what small and medium-sized enterprises represent. So clearly, SMEs are the engine in Europe, are the engine of our economies. So it's absolutely paramount, as we heard 2 years ago from President von der Leyen in her speech. In order for Europe to be resilient, we need SMEs to be working in the right conditions, to be able to tackle those challenges, and to be able to use the resources in the right direction. And that's all very nice on paper. We always say that SMEs are an engine, that SMEs are keys, and that we need to use the resources in the right direction so that they can get to the results that should respond to the changes. But here are a couple of motors, and they're loaded. We always say everything for the SMEs, but without SMEs. That's what happened. They're not taken into account. When we do everything for SMEs without taking them into account, then we take action that doesn't have a result, doesn't have an impact on them. I've been chairing PMEC for a long time, and I've been always claiming 2 concepts that are key for us. If we are an engine, then we need to be where the decisions are made. So that's where we want to be. We want to be in command. And then, second, we need to legislate thinking first of the smallest to become bigger. I represent SMEs, but we want the S to become an M and the M to become a large company. That's the idea. We want to grow big. The bigger the company, the more resilient it is, the better salaries they can pay, the more international it gets. But let me go to the example, the concrete example. We have the fund, 700 billion. We heard it before from the president, over 70 billion in grants, over 70 billion in loans that we can use. But I said I was going to mention two motors. When you ask about next generations and you ask us, the SMEs, I'm sorry, Mr. Feijóo, I apologize because I use this expression to say, okay, they exist, you know, that's what we say about next generation. Apparently, they exist. It's like what we said before, like everything for SMEs, but without, so neglecting SMEs, if we are an engine, but we don't get to these funds, we don't receive those funds, then what? Rosa said that before, well, the part of the administration, but it's our case as well. Let me share another example because I don't want to sound like I'm giving a speech. I'm talking about the reality. I know about the reality. When Mr. Albert Martinez Lacambra arrives in redes.es. He calls me. He says, I've just been appointed as the director at Redes, and he's got 60 billion to transform in a digital manner the small and medium-sized enterprises. And I said, okay, first, it's great that in a next generation fund program, there's money that's specific for SMEs, so money that you can only spend on SMEs. That's good, but that's good and bad at the same time. Good news or bad news? What do you want to hear first? Good news. Okay, some people choose bad news. So I say, okay, 3 billion you can spend. Okay, that's good. But the bad part is that we've created an administration that's prepared to not give the money, to not distribute the money, and that's bad. And how do you know? He asked. Because I've got some experience. And then I told him, it's so sad that we have 3 billion to spend in digital transformation for SMEs and 3.5 to transform digitally the administration, the authorities, when the next generation money for digital transformation purposes has led us to having 20,000 more civil servants. So how are we becoming more efficacious, more efficient, and more competitive in the field of, well, the public authorities that are becoming the main recipients? And I don't think that's the right way to really have a next generation to be able to assume those debts. But let's go to the reality, the practical reality at SMEs. We realize that SMEs have an obstacle in front of them: bureaucracy. This guy from Redes did something that has never been repeated. I told him, see, the SMEs, in comparison with large corporations, they need to be informed and they need an accompaniment. They need help. And that should be part of any action that we develop, because a large corporation has the professionals. They have the capacity. They can go to consultant firms to conduct their projects. But SMEs cannot afford that. So when we are giving a grant, I don't know, 3,000 euro, 10,000 euro, bureaucracy is so cumbersome, and there are so many SMEs that have installed solar panels, for instance, in terms of digital transformation and social transformation, and they haven't received the funds yet after 2 years. So that needs to be solved. Out of all the next generation funds do, probably that's been the only solution in which we've been able to accompany the SMEs. But 2 years have gone by, and digitalizers, no company has actually given the funds. So it's like stop and go. So either we simplify documentation, bureaucracy, red tape, and we do what Anglo-Saxons do, like we need to do things faster, or we will be having problems. And I said in the beginning, we need Europe, and more Europe. I was saying this because it's so clear. With the European resources, we are doing important things. Another example here I would like to share. I was honored when the Congress had to agree on 20 people to work on the reconstruction committee. I was there. I was part of the committee, and I was explaining that Europe had just released a mechanism on the part of the European Central Bank to massively purchase financial assets. And I wrote President Lagarde, and I said that those mechanisms were devised for large corporations, and yet it would be very important for SMEs as well. And Ms. Lagarde responded, and she said, think that thanks to these funds, the SMEs will benefit as well. They will benefit from them as well. I said, well, thank you very much, Ms. Lagarde. And then I went to the SSC, the equivalent to the SSC, and then I took a look at the listed companies. That was in 2019. Before the pandemic, with a liquidity rate of 15%. Remember, before COVID. Then 2020, our listed companies, thanks to those injection funds, have gone from 15 to 30%. That was great because we needed to rescue economic activity. Then when I was in this committee, I said in 2019, with 15% liquidity rate, the companies were paying after 192 days. With 30% rates, well, according to the president, the SMEs should have benefited from that. But then the figures changed, 59 days to get collected, moved to 61, but then the payments were not received until 200 days after. And then I told the members of the parliament, I'm going to give you a red button that you can push and then inject 80 billion in liquidity, because over beyond 60 days, or there were so many invoices that were not complying with the European law, and the amount was incredible, exceeding the amount of Next Generation funds, and that happened. And I say that Europe is now more necessary than ever. When that happened, I say Europe urged Spain to pass a law so that all the payments would be performed as necessary, and that's why the law was passed. And Vice President had to fight this, what happened in 2004, that everything was going to be solved with the Declaration of Responsibility. We had to amend the law. We had to change things so that everything was going to be efficient and efficacious. The law was passed in 2021. It's 2023. An observatory should have been created to monitor things, and that still is not a reality. So again, stop and go, stop and go. So why did I say, remember, Europe, Europe, and more Europe? We need some sanctions, not for bad payments, but people who just don't want to pay. It's not about late payments, but not willing to pay. Von der Leyen has just announced that for the first time, and thanks to the fact that we are now having a greater voice, for the first time there's a package for SMEs. SMEs reliefs package. So important. This package is key because then in Europe we have regulations so that payment is made effective as of 30 days, so that there's warranty, that there's monitoring. So if it weren't for Europe, or if it weren't for this roadmap, we wouldn't have the changes on the table, the resources on the table to make those changes a reality. Thank you.
Las pymes pueden contar siempre con el apoyo del Partido Popular.
Rest assured, we always have the support of the EPP. We always will defend the financial instruments for SMEs. We were the ones who put the SMEs in the recovery and resilience plan, but the socialists actually went more for the private initiatives. Let me just say a couple of things. Mr. Tajani is going to come. He was the one who made this change in the directive possible, but then Mr. Arias, we are working with him, and the EPP actually is working in Spain as well, because in the year 2010 we made the change possible thanks to the PP, because we removed one agreement. Yes, we are the party of freedom. Indeed, the party of freedom.
Ahora las autoridades locales
Now, the local authorities. The local authorities were somewhat neglected, so that's why I would like to hand over to our great mayor here in Barcelona, Mr. Xavier García Albiol. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, José Manuel Fernández. Thank you so much, and good luck. Good luck. Coming elections in Portugal. I'm sure that the Portuguese will go back to common sense with the PP in Portugal as well. So, Mr. President, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dolores, Montserrat. Thank you for the invitation. Speaking on behalf of municipalities here in Spain, I'm grateful to the EPP, and it's not just for the sake of saying thanks, but it is true. You are helping us mayors, those of us that have renewed our position. So you are helping us when it comes to having access to those European funds. As Antonio Cañete was saying, it seems that they're there somewhere, but nobody knows exactly where. And I know what he means. I feel him because I've gone through the same experience. And I have a municipal experience, of course. We've heard about Europe, about the SMEs and entrepreneurial, but let's talk about the municipalities. There's an availability of 19 billion euro. That's for municipalities, and the deadline will be in 2023, this year. So out of these 19 billion euro that are targeted for municipalities, only part of them have been executed mid-November, end of November, so only 7 billion have been used. So, well, there's still 12 billion to be executed, and it's November 27th. So probably the idea is good, the project is good, nobody denies that, but it's not being well executed. Because in the government in Spain, they've just placed obstacles hindering all of this. It's very difficult for companies to have access. If it's difficult for the companies, large corporations and SMEs, imagine for a municipality. It's virtually impossible. Another piece of information, 60% of the municipalities in Spain have 1,000 inhabitants or less. So, well, the majority of municipalities in Spain have less than 1,000 inhabitants. Do you seriously think that a municipality with such an amount of residents can actually have access to European funds after the great, the great fuss that it entails to have access to them, bureaucracy, red tape, etc. Think of my municipality, Barcelona, 200,000-ish inhabitants. We in Barcelona need external support. We need to hire external services so that they help us, apply for these funds. So the first thing we need to think about is whether things are being done properly. And Antonio Cañete was saying this before. We were discussing about that a week ago when we met a week ago, because it seems that these funds have neglected the companies, he was saying. So yes, maybe they've turned their back on the companies, but they certainly have turned their back on us, the cities, the municipalities, the towns, because we've been told, here's what you are, here's what there's to use. You want access to it? Well, find your way around it. And that's not tolerable. And this takes us to situations like you were explaining. For most of the municipalities, it's absolutely impossible to reach out to those funds, to actually have access to them, because everything's full of hurdles. So that's our first claim. We want an extension. That's what we are asking for, so that we, city councils, can actually exhaust the period and get to the deadline, and we can actually make use of those grants and those aids, because that's a serious problem. The terms have been extremely short, absolutely not feasible, not viable, impossible. It's supposed to be spent before the end of this year. It's not going to happen. And of course, we don't want to renounce those grants, and that is something that needs to happen now. So an extension. The Spanish government should try. It would be desirable. It would be desirable for the Spanish government to try and simplify the bureaucracy so that we city halls can actually have access to those European funds. We heard that from another speaker a minute ago. If a town hall wants to have access to certain European funds, they need to go through the autonomous government. And if it's the case, in my case, People's Party, and I have to deal with the government in power here in Catalonia, not easy. So the solution should be much more dynamic, much more efficient when it comes to actually applying for everything necessary. And then the Spanish government should use some sort of contracting body, if I can put it this way. And that could be done through the European Federation of Municipalities and Provinces. The European Federation of Municipalities and Provinces is a tool that we city halls have at our, well, that's there to help, and it's the best institution, I think, to help coordinate these applications and the management of those funds. So that's what we can say on behalf of the municipalities, because, of course, I'm representing here over 8,000 municipalities that can use 19 billion that are there to be used. And of course, we need to do what's best for our citizens, what's best for our society. Well, we want to be heard, and we would like to ask for an extension. So, redesigning, re-simplifying the proceedings, and maybe resorting to the Federation as a tool to make this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do have, well, some questions, and really many of them political. And, well, let's see. Do you think that because of this ideology, the socialists have given more money for recovery and resilience to those regions and municipalities that are closer in political management? Do you think that there has been this bad use of the resources? So we have a tempest of billions, in the sense that it's very difficult to make sure that the money is used properly. So the question goes to our friend Antoni. Are there quality projects being developed? Because, listen, the socialists will spend all the money, but of course, spending doesn't mean investing. And it is really scandalous, yeah? It is scandalous. It mustn't all be spent, but rather invested. So, is this money going to be invested? Is the money of European taxpayers going to be invested properly? Or is it only going to be subsidies up to the year 2058? Who knows? This is really a serious responsibility, and we should make them accountable, right? So they should go on to management that really has to do with a good investment of the funds, and they are not doing anything. And something else that was crucial. What about the other programs of the European Union? InvestEU. We can help the SMEs. We can define special financial tools to be able to renegotiate debt after the pandemic, to help out. And, well, I shall give the floor first to the mayor. Yes. Thank you, José Manuel. Yes, indeed. The Socialist Party, or better said, the government of Spain, is mainly, well, placing the ideological interests over and above the interests of the country. Indeed, yes, they are using European money to their own political purposes, and the government of Spain is simply using that money for those local and regional governments that are on the same ideological side as they are. This is a reality. We are seeing it day in and day out. Those of us who are mayors belonging to a different political color, those of us who are not socialists in local governments, are suffering this in our own local councils. So yes, I am saying it publicly here in this European meeting of the EPP. Yes, and I truly hope and wish that this situation comes to an end pretty soon and can be corrected. And I do believe that the coming European elections are an important step forward to try and change this situation that we are suffering. Those of us, those leading municipal and regional governments who belong to the Popular Party, so we don't share the socialist ideology. Thank you.
Varias preguntas que son
Yes,
tienen bastante
well,
fondo.
I have to say that you are
Porque
asking deep questions, because with your question about small and medium enterprises, as I was saying before, listen, we have had next generation calls in the middle of the month of August with 10 days term to be able to submit the form for the application. This has not been thought out for small and medium enterprises. It's not even thought out to be effective. I'm giving it as an example. I'm giving you very real examples. I always, I like to use things that are down on the terrain, yes? So listen, what's happening to us with the funds, and I will give it as well as an example because it's the way that we can best understand what is happening. The small and medium enterprises, with all these changes, we are being told, oh, we're in the midst of the ocean. Imagine we are in the middle of the ocean, yes? And they are telling us, yeah, hold on, keep there, don't sink. Because in a certain time, 2-3 years, if you've requested, yes, if you've asked for the funds, well, in that time, a boat will come with a restaurant, a discotheque, 3 swimming pools. You'll be so well on this boat. And what are we as small and medium enterprises saying? Don't come, we will have sunk already. We need just an inflatable boat with a little engine to rescue us and make us at least go in the right direction towards survival. And this is an example to answer what you were asking. Next generation funds and European programs, well, it is so important and transcendental. It's Europe. But as you were saying very well, it's one thing to spend and it's a very different thing to invest. If you invest, you're doing things in the right direction because you are making sure to grant a good, better world for our young generations, for our offspring. But there was a second part of your question, and I'm very grateful to you for having posed it, because I was saying at the end of my words before that we are not fully aware of what it was that the President of the EU was telling us. We are not fully aware. Because for the very first time, the legislation thought first and foremost of the smallest. And the SME relief package is a package of measures that, as you were explaining, contains a pillar, the Juncker's plan, the Invest EU. It's a plan of measures announced that makes it possible for the small and medium enterprises to really face change in a solid way. And it's so important. And this is Europe. And also something part of that package, the early caution. That is, we have to anticipate situations that will come and that will be difficult, especially for those of us who are small and medium enterprises. But not only this, what this package contains as well is the possibility of extending the terms for participating in public tenders. The best driving engines in an economy are open public tenders, and we as small and medium enterprises find it much more difficult to participate because it's difficult, and this would make it easier. Then as well, it defines the limits as to how we must work. It makes paperwork clear, especially audit processes. Why? Because also in Europe there are many laws being created trying to make us more competitive, and paperwork, indeed, and administrative procedures make small and medium enterprises suffer too much. So you cannot legislate the same for a hotel, as we are in right now, with 1,000 rooms compared to a 10-room hotel. Because, of course, in a hotel with 1,000 rooms, it'll be only not even 1%, whereas in a smaller hotel, it's 10%. So this relief package, should really be relief for those small and medium enterprises. It's precisely what is needed. Yes, so that pillar of the Juncker plan, yes, this Invest EU indeed has to make it possible for smaller companies not to close down, because if the small and medium close down, we lose tax paid and we lose employment. So please, let us not lose our focus. Let us not lose our focus. Rosa, you have the floor. Yes, let's see. A government. Every week after the meeting of the Minister Council, in theory, when you are a minister or vice president of a government, well, you are supposed to work for all the citizens of a country, and you are supposed to be administrating the money of all citizens. Well, let me tell you, in every press conference after a Ministers' Council, every week there is, a lynching of half of the population, and especially of the Popular Party in Spain. So they have a confusion between what is the, communicating things of the government and communicating things that have to do with the political party. And the official spokesperson for the government has been criticized because she is in fact not conveying messages of the government, but rather of the party. If this is the way the government of Spain works after Ministers' Councils meetings, well then this is happening everywhere. So unfortunately, I wish we could have socialist persons who are responsible and professional, but unfortunately, the Sánchez government does what somebody in a family would never do. He works on the basis of division, and division makes him grow. So he's a bad president of a government because he's governing against half of Spain. And this is exactly what has happened with these European funds. He has taken them over, made them his own, and is not helping out. City councils don't find it easy to use them. Small and medium enterprises can't apply. And we denounce this is not guerrilla politics. I'm sorry, we are defending common sense and we're defending European values. Thank you. I have another question. These resilience and recovery plans follow a different logic. Is it sufficient, to have reforms? But what about goals and attainments? So when we have governments that want ideological reforms and then make this resilience and recovery plans, and then they don't want to be accountable. So my question is, could you please tell me about true reforms, solid reforms that are part of this plan of the RRF? Well, it's so simple, isn't it? I was saying we should change some ex-post concepts and not ex-ante. Why? Because if I have to fill in endless application and request forms that take up 40% of my time, and then this is part of this incredible system that has been created, well then, if one requires time for validation and time for assignment, well, efficiency and effectiveness just go out of the window. We must have good control mechanisms. We must have mechanisms to monitor the way these funds are used, and we must make sure to make it easy and transparent. We have to change many of the dynamics of the public calls. I was telling you, to give 15 days in a tender to a small and medium enterprise means that nobody's understood anything. Small and medium companies need accompaniment. They need information. So, of course, please tell us on time. Yeah, but, Antoni, that means, and we've heard it, right, an important reform. But there are no reforms, are there? The government is not really reforming. And there is no true transformation. Well, because true transformation, if you allow me, is, well, we should place in the very center of our strategies, in the very center, we should be placing an element that should be present in everything we do: productivity. Productivity, and I'm not talking of labor productivity. No, I'm talking about changes that are taking place require productivity of resources. We have the discourse of the anti-system people, yeah? We know what it is that they want. COVID for them was the best example to stop the world, yeah? You can't. And very possibly we can't continue with the world as things were going up till now. But post-growth, I mean, has to do with growth. Yeah, I'm sorry for the interruption, but I have to give the floor to our colleague and friend of the municipality of Oster and the member of the Committee of Regions, Rob Jonkman. You have the floor.
If I may, I would like to react on some things that was said. For example, about the red tape, about small municipalities who are not able to get the funds because they don't have the possibility to get it and not enough people. What we, for example, did in the province of Friesland, where I'm living in the northern part of the Netherlands, is that we established an organization called Europa Pact, and that means that the province, 18 municipalities, all of them, and also SMEs and schools are together, and they want to form, I would say, a fist to take care of it, that we can have the funds that we need to, really. So what we see is that individually it was not possible to arrange this. So when you look to each other, you find each other, and you can have some result there. So I hope it's a best practice. Maybe you can do something with it. And what I also hear is what the experience is in a lot of other member states. Well, I know it's not helpful, but nevertheless, it's what it is. The bottlenecks, centralized, the red tape, and not a really bottom-up experience. So that's really a thing that the European Commission should realize, because the Commission asked to all the member states, are the local and regional authorities involved, are the SMEs involved, etc. And what I see is that they say, yes, they're involved. But what I see in the Netherlands, what happened, is that the plans were made by the government, and they said to us, well, here are the plans, what do you think? Well, what do you think? Can we say something about it? No, you can't, but these are the plans. And that was the involvement of us. And now, okay, later on it became a little bit better, but nevertheless, I think it's the experience in a lot of member states, and what I hear also in Spain. So I would like to thank you for your experiences, because it will help us in the process further on. So thank you so much.
Hablé de articulación de fondos.
Indeed,
Y he dicho
yes.
que hay una tormenta de millones.
Thank you. As I said, we have this billion tempest. Yeah, there's money, loads of money to be used. And it happened 2014, 2020, and I mean, eventually money arrives, but the financial framework of the cohesion policy for 2021, 2027 in member states such as Spain, well, has incredible delays, and next year there has to be the payment of money, or we will lose it. So my question is, first question, what about the cohesion policy 2021, 2027 in Spain? Second question, what is the involvement? Is there involvement in this? Third question, next generation EU and recovery and resilience plans right now. And I mean, 2026 will be the deadline. So if we analyze cohesion policies, 2029, question. I think 2026, okay, should be maintained, or should we extend the term beyond 2026, and till when? We have Sigrid here, Muresan, who's been the negotiator of Next Generation EU, and in fact, he's done an excellent job. We have our president, Manfred Weber, who always defends all this. So I wanted to ask this. I don't know who wants to start with the answers. Yes, well, I'll speak on the basis of my book, of what I wrote about already. I think it is urgent to extend the term of 2026, those of 2023, because local administrations will never, ever be able to get there on time. We will not be able to complete all the paperwork as has to be done to be able to receive that money. I said it already in my words. It is extremely urgent that we are able to extend the term for the deadline, and that should be one of the main goals of our political group in Europe. Well, as I was saying, the cohesion policy in Spain for the first time in many, many years, well, we have lowered the average income of the Union. We were always over 90%, so we did not receive cohesion funds in Spain. Yes, from the regional fund, but not cohesion, because our average income was over 90% of the average in the Union. After this government, we are, for the very first time in many years, below that threshold, below the mean income of the Union. And so Spain, once again, will be receiving cohesion funds. So let's see if Spain asks for them, because Spain is not requesting these funds. But as now Spain is impoverished and our growth is less, well, now, yes, we are eligible. And we are living times in which in the cohesion fund we can be receptors again of cohesion funds. So you know that you have cohesion funds, SFE and others. But yes, now Spain is eligible. And this had not been the case for many, many years. So that's the situation. The bad news is because we are poorer than we were. And, well, most regions in Spain, when you talk with the different representatives, they have a deficit. I mean, you said this to the vice president for Labour when she came. You said there's a deficit in cohesion. So the machinery is really slow to justify expenses, although she said no, but the reality is very different. Yeah, the Spaniards know. Do they know that they are becoming poorer? And do they know there is no access to Next Generation funds because of this? And why the GDP is suffering and nothing is being done, in fact? Yeah, but the contradiction is that the cohesion funds go to poor people. Spain has become poorer. Yeah, and Portugal will receive them and wouldn't want to. But we shall see if Sanchez asks for these funds. We are really monitoring his action. Yeah, that should be a goal of all of us. Yes, I mean, to have not beneficiaries, but rather liquid investment. Yeah, we are fully aware, and I'm saying this publicly, and I say it all the time, the productivity is one of the elements that will define our competitiveness. And listen, I'm not talking of Europe of the 27, but rather Europe after Portugal. In Spain, we are losing positions in productivity, and this is just yet another indicator. Yeah, I mean, when you start analyzing data, you see the way things are. But let me mention, Mr. Rob Jonkman, what you were saying. Well, yes, look, pay attention. It's not only important to take into account these funds and the way they are used, or even their volume, but especially the way they are implemented. Let me give you an example from the Netherlands that for me is exemplary. Okay, the Netherlands, the most liberal country in Europe, and possibly one of the best and most business-friendly countries. Before summer, the Netherlands made the decision, being liberal by law, to define a law stating that the large will pay the small and medium enterprise in 30 days maximum. Why? Listen, if you put a gun on a table, nothing will happen. The problem of the gun is the way it works. And changes that we're having are so fast and coming so quick that we have to make decisions and use them in the best direction. If we don't do that, they're going to be killing us. I'm sorry, excuse this expression. Obviously, it's conceptually, but we're going to be closing companies. We're going to be stopping economic activities. We're going to be losing taxpayers, and we won't be able to have social policies. We're going to be losing jobs, everything. So not only is it an issue of funds, of money, it has to do with decisions, and this was very well commented by Mr. Jonkman. True. True. And bureaucracy, I mean, this excessive paperwork should be a national issue. Decisions have to be made, and they have to be national decisions in this sense. And there is yet another problem. In Portugal, we are also becoming impoverished, and our government is socialist too. So they fear the word competitiveness, productivity, entrepreneurship. They fear these words. They talk about the state of rule, but then they don't like private initiative, and they are totally against the state of rule. So they say that they want to fight against poverty, but then, in fact, what they do increases the number of poor people. They don't like private initiative. So you were talking about the need of supporting and giving help to SMEs, and you talked about Invest EU. Well, there is something which is the advisory app yet to give support to SMEs to structure projects. So one has to see this. In Spain, there could be or should be an advisory app to best give information and help candidacies, yes, and help people to go towards investment platforms. So this advisory hub is very important. I don't know. How come there are no reforms happening? I can't believe this. What about the recovery and resilience? I mean, what's happening? Let me give you an example. Yes, and this links up well with what you were saying. One, yes, SMEs need accompaniment and information. But let me give you an example, and this is quite a discussion. We are being told that we will go from 40 to 37.5 hours work every week. If they tell us we're going from 40 to 37.5 hours, paying the same as we paid for 40, well, then what happens is, if we don't increase productivity, we'll be closing down many, many companies. So listen, one cannot have these easy measures happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the participants in this panel. It was clear, according to what we just heard. We have a socialist, centralist party in power, a government that doesn't evolve, doesn't engage, doesn't listen, a government with this rainful of millions, but they mistake spending and investing, and they're going to spend everything, yet they're not going to invest anything. They are not quite in love with private initiative, clearly, in this government. So thank you very much for your words. Thank you for participating. The People's Party defends the freedom and the private initiative, and we advocate for important investment funds. We love SMEs. We are so much in favor of SMEs. So thank you very much, Manfred Weber. Thank you for having made this possible and for carrying out initiatives like this one, and so rightly done. Thank you, Siegfried Muresan, for all the work carried out and for everything you've done in this terrain and in so many others. Thank you, Dolores. Thank you, Dolores, for having led this huge delegation with excellent MEPs. And I just would like to end by saying that Spain Spain is stronger than that, much stronger than that. Spain cannot be what we are seeing right now. The civil society in Spain is strong. The business environment in Spain is strong. Spain cannot just become poorer and poorer. Spain cannot receive cohesion fund because the income average level has gone below 80%. We are there also in Portugal, but we don't want to be there. We don't want to be part of this group. That can be fatal. And that means that we need to react as quickly as possible. We need to have a new president, a new prime minister, and that should be Alberto Núñez Feijóo, clearly. And hopefully this will happen very, very soon. I would like now to hand over to someone who's been a great colleague of mine, excellent President of the European Parliament, excellent Commissioner, excellent and dearest friend of the Iberian Peninsula, so friend of Spain, friend of Portugal, Vice Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs. So I am honored to hand over to Antonio Tajani.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Dear friends of the Spanish Popular Party, and greetings to our Catalan friends of the Popular Party too. You have a great boss of the party who won the elections in Spain, because the party of Spain is the Popular Party. And I see my dear friend Dolors Montserrat as well, the head of the Spanish delegation of the PP in the European Parliament, and I salute our President Manfred and all our friends in the Spanish delegation. And there's also a very important politician here, Esteban, Vice President of the Popular Party, with me. It is such a pleasure to be here with you all, because Spain is a great country. It is the country sharing with Italy the same mentality. We understand each other so well without having studied Spanish or Italian. It's easier for us to understand you than it is for you to understand us. But in any case, I mean, we do what the Portuguese do and sometimes don't pronounce all the words. But however, we do understand each other easily. And we share values, we share mentalities. We like to go out, we like to talk about personal relations, and all that is very important for us. And there is a great friendship between the Italian and the Spanish delegation in the European Parliament. Also, as political parties, we have invited the great boss. Alberto is with us in Rome, in Forza Italia and Popular Party, Spanish Popular Party summit under the aegis of the European People's Party group. So this is important for us. Europe is our second home. It's our second nation, because there are not two. There is one nation. For you, it's Spain. For us, it's Italy. And then we have a common home, which is Europe. And we are together to share ideas, values, strategies, our standpoint, our focus on the future. So I think that to defend Europe means to defend the values of our European market, and it means defending the rule of law. One has to always respect the rule of law, not only when there are problems in one country or another. We have to respect the rule of law everywhere. And we should never encounter problems if we make sure to respect this rule of law. And because of this, I think that rules are rules, and the rule of law is not a political mechanism or a tool to go against or for any country or any political party. We have to make sure to respect the rule of law in Poland. We have to make sure to respect the rule of law in Budapest. But we have to respect the rule of law in Malta and also in Spain. Because if we have a charter of the European Commission demanding to see what is happening in Spain, well, then a reply has to come. And I'm not talking like the Italian Foreign Affairs Minister. It is not my right to talk or to even intervene in the political problems of Spain, but I do think it's important to know exactly what is happening in Spain, because if there is a question coming in from the European Commission, it has to be answered. The European Commission deserves and expects an answer. And for us, the people in Italy, there is another problem: national unity. National unity is very important. To defend autonomy is really important. Really, we are now carrying out a reform in Italy in order to have more autonomy in the regions. So autonomy. Autonomy is also important for the unity of the country. And at the same time, we are working on a reform for a constitutional change with the Prime Minister directly elected by the citizens to guarantee stability. It means strength in Rome and autonomy in the regions. But autonomy is not independence, it's something else. In Italy, we are totally in favor of autonomy. We are against the secession of a part of Italy because we cannot destroy Europe. And this is the reason why it is important for us to work together, us and you, Spaniards and Italians. And we have to make sure to win. We have to defend the autonomy, and we have to defend at the same time the unity of the national state. Because there are no small nations, there are nations, only nations that are big and mighty. And it's important to highlight this, because these are values. These are values that we defend at a European level. Europe helps us. It helps all of us to make headway, to go forward in these very complicated times in the international scenario. Europe is an interlocutor. It is the unity that is closer to the US. We share values, democracy, rule of law. And now we are facing the problem of the war with there's Russia, there's Iran, there's China, and there are countries in the global south that might be closer to those other nations than they are to us. So for this reason, it is important for us to defend our values. It is important that we work more in the Indian Pacific region. We have to work closer with India. We have to also work with the countries of the south, because Latin America, for example, we share languages, we share religion. They are very strong links. And what about Italy? The largest Italian city in the world is Sao Paulo in Brazil. There are more Italians in Sao Paulo in Brazil than there are in Rome. True, it's true. I promise you, with an Italian passport. So that's why it's so important for us to make sure that we talk with all the countries in Latin America. We must not forget We cannot forget Africa either. We cannot leave these countries. They must all be part of a strategy, our strategy. And that's why I think it's so important to be together as Europe.
But there are other countries in Europe, like Spain and Italy, that can do more in order to help those countries, because there are countries there that cannot do otherwise, that can be in the hands of autocratic countries. So it's more correct to go with them hand in hand. So this involves traveling around, of course. Africa, Latin America, they're so important for us, so important. We need to strengthen the bonds with those countries, and we need to explain very well and very clearly that we are the most important interlocutors that they are going to have. So it's not just a matter of money, it's a matter of culture, it's political culture. And Spain and Italy can speak properly, and we can address Argentina, for instance, because they speak Spanish there, with this mixture, Spanish with this accent and this musicality that they use there. But we have a direct contact with them, with Argentina, with Paraguay, with Uruguay, Brazil, Chile, Mexico. These are countries with companies there, companies based there, Spanish companies based there, Italian companies based there, and we need to do more. And that's for the sake of the world, for the stability of the world. We cannot defend the autocrats. We need to defend and advocate democracy. We need to share the same vision of the world, so always in favor of peace. We need to work harder and harder and more in Africa. I said Africa before, and I clearly believe so. You have your issues, of course, like we do, with illegal immigration, Morocco in your case, and Tunisia more in our case, but it's the same issues. We are facing the same problems. We need to study a strategy. We need to have a long-term strategy in order to win the battle against illegal immigration. We need to help in the development of these African countries, and we can do this together. We can achieve this together. I think that the People's Party strategy in terms of immigration is a good one. It is a good strategy in the short, mid, and long run. Why do I say so? Because we have a vision. We need to invest more. We need to work with our brothers and sisters, because we're, against new colonizations. The raw materials are very important. And when we say these countries, of course, in these countries, there are many companies, small-sized, medium-sized, and they're based there. And we work well with the employers' associations, the CEOE, and we have representatives here of Catalan companies, BDI in Germany, MEDES in France, just to mention a few. So we can devise a joint strategy in order to develop Africa. The raw materials, of course, matter to us, and there is an agreement between Europe and Chile, for instance, but it needs more. We need to do more, and we need to do more in Africa, because it's our interest, common interest for us and for them. And that's why Europe is so important. We need to invest, and we have a plan to invest also in favor of the companies' internationalization. Of course, the companies need to go international, because unless we pursue a European strategy in terms of industrial policies as well. That's what we've done. That's what we did when we were in the Commission, myself and Good Rothenberg, the German commissioner. We did that because we wanted to achieve this goal, 20% of the GDP. That's what we get from real economy. So we need to do the same here, the stability and growth plan. It is very important. It is paramount. So we need to define and devise a good strategy, joint common strategy. And at the same time, since we are speaking of macro economics, we need to have also a strategy in favor of the agricultural sector and also the industrial sector, because our countries are strong in terms of industry. We have SMEs, strong industry, and strong agriculture. So agri-food industry is very important. So we need to help in terms of exports as well. If we take the reins in Latin America, also in Africa, the Balkans is also another very important region. The Middle East, of course, India, Japan, Australia. China is more complicated because, well, the case of China, they have their strategy and they want to become the kings of international commerce. They love the market in Europe, domestic market in Europe, and I think that if we reach an agreement, if we strike a deal and we play by the same rules, if they work in Europe, well, they want to comply with competition rules. If our companies go to China and intend of working in China, of course, the rules need to be the same, because otherwise there won't be any competition unless we play by the same rules, be that here or there in China. And that is so important for our companies. In terms of exports, we have top quality products coming from Spain and coming from Italy. There are other problems, though, that don't help in terms of developing the international commerce. I'm thinking, of course, of the war in Ukraine, but just like Ukraine and other countries in the Balkans are candidates to become members of the EU, we need to work now more than ever to be the protagonists in this enlarged market. We cannot leave the Balkans in the hands of other countries that are non-European, and of course this includes Ukraine. We need to invest. We need to invest also, or see how to invest in the Middle East, and we need to work for peace. Work for peace. I'm going to be very clear. We are friends with Israel. Italy is not in favor of an unilateral recognition of Palestine without an agreement with Israel. That's the Italian view. Of course, the goal is always peace. So going unilaterally is harmful, is damaging peace. We, in Italy, we are in favor. Two peoples, two states, yes. But if Israel doesn't acknowledge Palestine and Palestine doesn't acknowledge Israel, it will all be purposeless. It will all be propaganda. And I don't like propaganda, because we need to work for peace. And that's what we do. We work for peace. Hamas is a terrorist organization, just like ETA, just like the Red Brigades. You cannot talk to terrorists. One needs to destroy such organizations, and we share what Israel has done, but at the same time we need to respect the civil society, and Palestinians are not all, of course, Hamas terrorists. That's why we want to help. The civil society in Palestine needs to be helped, but we cannot neglect the right of Israel when it comes to defending themselves. So the security in Israel, safety and security in Israel is a priority, just like it is a priority for us to ensure the rights of the Palestinians to having a free and democratic country, not controlled by the terrorists, Hamas. The goal is peace. It will not be easy, of course. We need to talk and talk and talk, and we need a stronger Europe. That's a need, and we can do this together, Italy and Spain. And the People's Party can be the leading character here. So we'll see what happens with the European elections. We are working hand in hand, working together. I'm the secretary of my party, and then after Berlusconi was gone, unfortunately. You can imagine that it's not easy, but in the surveys our percentages are going up. We are improving and improving, meaning that in our government we are doing things right. Our government is becoming stronger and stronger, and we can remain there until the next elections. But we need to win the European elections as well in favor of stability. We need a European government that is strong, that is really strong, defending the European values at all times, defending, let me say that again, once again, these are the values that are shared by Poland and Budapest and Malta and Madrid and Rome. Yes. So, rule of law needs to be advocated everywhere, not just in some places like the socialists tend to want to do. Of course, we make mistakes as well. Yeah, we do make mistakes, but we need to play by the same rules everywhere in Europe. Let me start wrapping up. It is very important to stress the importance of a very strong action against climate change. However, the fight against climate change is not a new religion, as it can be Timmermans or Greta Thunberg want to make us believe. It's not either acting like nothing happens. No. And there's a third way in between, and that's where we are. Pragmatic action against climate change. So with ideas, with proposals to help in this road to a transformation in the industry and agriculture. It's not about killing the industry or the agro-food industry, in the name of such, in the name of such religion, ecology, environmentalism, call it what you want. We want to defend the citizens because the citizen is at the core of everything. We do everything we do for the citizens, the farmers. The farmers, of course, are there to defend the environment. With no agriculture, there's nothing to be advocated for. Also, we need to defend the industry. We need to change things, yes, but we cannot kill our industry. And the People's Party has made a lot of propositions, a lot of proposals, for instance, in terms of electric vehicles. Some didn't, of course, some didn't go forward, some didn't move forward, but 100% electric vehicles, nothing else. Well, we have made different suggestions. Let's cut down CO2 emissions by 90%, and then we will have some more time to adapt to the change. So we don't like extremes because, of course, this will entail social problems as well. There will be social consequences. Many jobs will be lost. Maybe. And in Italy, 70,000, yes, 70,000 jobs will be lost because of this change in the automobile industry. Go talk to them. Go talk to these people. Greta Thunberg, go talk to these people and explain why they're losing their jobs because of this religion, this fundamentalisms, and it's not good either for climate change purposes either, because extremes and extremisms don't help. But we, I think, are the true workers in favor of this struggle against climate change, with specific proposals to try and solve the problem with greener and greener industries, but respecting the pace, respecting the different times. And I think that, and I'm convinced that once more, we are going to be the protagonists in the coming years, and we have the key. We have the key to European politics, not just at the core, the heart of the European Parliament. The core, the heart is not just the European Parliament. The heart is about striking a balance, and that has a name, and it's the People's Party, the EPP most specifically. So that's why it's important to tell that a stronger People's Party is a guarantees balance, stability, loyalty, rule of law, no fundamentalisms. Women, men, thinking properly with the right values in their hearts, people that firmly believe in Europe, people that firmly believe in the countries they live in their homelands. And that is why it's so important to work together to win the next elections. And we are going to do whatever it takes, everything we can, so that the People's Party in Spain can be number one party in this wonderful country that we love so much. So long live Europe, long live the national unity, long live the rule of law and Spain and the King. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much, Antonio Tajani, a great friend of Spain and of the people of Spain. We understood now from him that we are all together in this and that we can count on his friendship and that of the Italian people. And now the presidents will speak. Our two presidents, Manfred Weber, the president of the European People's Party, and Alberto Núñez Feijóo, the president of Partido Popular. Manfred Weber starts his first. He's the president of the EPP and the leader of the EPP group in the European Parliament. He's the one who makes sure that we remain a strong political force in Europe and everywhere in all member states of the Union, that we respect the rule of, that we respect European values, that we respect the rule of law in every country, that we defend farmers and industry, small and medium-sized enterprises, as we all saw today, and that always we are together with you here in Spain, and he always makes sure that Spain has a strong voice in the EPP. Our president, Manfred Weber.
Well, what a great morning today in Barcelona, in Spain. Thank you so much, first of all, for your participation. And my first message is that I'm proud about the EPP group. I'm proud about Siegfried managing, organizing this series of events we are doing European-wide in presenting the Recovery Fund, and here especially also talking about rule of law. So thank you, Siegfried, about this. From a group's point of view, it's also great to see so many MEPs here this morning and discussing the future under the lead of Dolores, a great vice president of the EPP group, a great Spanish voice in the European Parliament. So thank you so much for this. And I'm also proud as an EPP president because two vice presidents of the EPP party are today here. It's first of all, the foreign minister, the deputy prime minister of Italy, Antonio. Thank you so much for being here, showing your commitment to us as EPP family. We are proud to have you in the roaming government. Thank you so much for this. And the Spanish voice in the EPP party is Esteban. So Esteban, also great to have you. Whenever there are issues on European level, together with Dolores, they are the dream team who are defending then the Spanish interests. Thanks for your contribution as well. And then finally, to all the governors and mayors who are today here in the room, I want to tell you that with Olgierd, with the Committee of Regions, we as EPP, we are not only here in Spain, the mayor's party, the local governor's party. We are all over Europe. We are in Warsaw having the mayor. We have in Lisbon the mayor. We have in Madrid the mayor. We have a lot of mayors in our ranks. So that's why I'm as EPP president so proud that we are the mayor's party of Europe, and that is reflected also to your presence today. So thank you so much for this. And the final thing I want to say why I'm so happy this morning is to be among a winning team. You won the regional elections as Partido Popular, and dear friends, under the lead of Alberto Núñez Feijóo, you won the Spanish elections with 3 million additional votes. Everybody in Europe recognized this great result. You are the voice of Spain. Alberto Núñez Feijóo is the voice of Spain. Congratulations for this. ladies and gentlemen, collecting a little bit what I had during the weekend to do when I have some phone calls to do. I spoke with the Irish Prime Minister Leo Varadkar. He told me about the first time in Dublin on the streets they had radical right extremists fighting against migrants there. A lot of tensions. The first time in the history of Ireland that this happened. I spoke with the Finnish Prime Minister Petteri Orpo. He informed me about that he had to close all borders to Russia. Why? Because Russia is again using migrants to attack the European border, to misuse migrants as a political weapon against us. And I tell you, in my home country, we had over the weekend a big intensive discussions about a ruling of the court of the highest court in Germany, the Constitutional Court, where the government, the left government in Germany, has now missed 60 billion euros for their budget. They cannot finance their budget for this year anymore. There's a lot of troubles to get things again in order. Left government in Germany. What I want to tell you is that these elements are giving us an idea that Europe is under pressure. Our continent is in a difficult period of time. We are facing all over Europe enormous challenges. I'm, as a president, the first time in this recovery meeting, not because I don't respect the work, because I know it's extremely important, but I'm aware that in Spain, when we talk about the recovery fund, in Spain, when we are being together, it's a special thing which is on the table. All the other elements can be democratically solved. We can solve them. But in Spain, we have a special problem on the table, because not only there is a political challenge where you can have different opinions, where democracy decides. In Spain, we are facing now a fundamental question about the functioning of our state, the functioning of the values of we belong as Europeans and we stick as Europeans to. The rule of law is at risk. That's why this meeting is more important than all the other meetings before. Before I enter into this, let me underline, first of all, that on the Recovery and Resilience Fund, we have a huge obligation and a huge responsibility. Because the second title of this Recovery and Resilience Fund is Next Generation Fund. Why Next Generation? Because the idea was to use the 715 billion euros to invest them in a way that future generations can benefit of it. Because we make debt. We are creating debt. And if we do so, the burden for the next generation, all investments must be then also delivering to the interest of the next generation. Must be investments. It cannot be wasted. And frankly speaking, a lot of things which are here today in the panel discussions are extremely worrisome. Because here in Spain, obviously, we have a government which is not capable to have enough absorption capacity to really invest the money. And there are a lot of doubts whether this investment really goes in the long interest of the country. And to have so many billions of euros now available for Spain is a huge chance, but also a huge risk if you waste the money. And that's why we take a lot of these elements now for our ongoing discussions on European level. And this also brings me to the broader perspective that is European People's Party. We will put the question of competitiveness, the question of jobs, the question of economic strength as a top priority for the next European elections. That is what we have to do now. To keep the strength of Europe, to keep the economic strength of Europe is one of the top priorities for us as EPP. I was together with Alberto and with Esteban last November, October in South America, the first time in my life. I traveled to Argentina, we were in Chile together. It was a great trip, Alberto, and I learned a lot about, and also Antonio, you said it, how close the continent is to Europe, how strong the ties, the links are with Europe. We have now Mercosur on the table, an agreement between Europe and South America to strengthen our economic relationships. And again, here the left is not capable to really deliver, and EPP is clearly committed. We want to have economic strength for this continent, and that's why the next European elections will be all about economic strength for Europe, and EPP is the party of economic strength in Europe. Having this in mind, you know, all these things only can run, economic strength, also implementation of the Recovery and Resilience Fund, if fundamentally the rule of law is guaranteed. And that is what is currently the problem. Our assessment as EPP, as we discussed it, the laws last week in the European Parliament, is not based on speculation, on rumors. It's fact-based. That is what we try to do as EPP. We received a lot of statements from lawyers' organizations, from courts here in Spain, from civil society. They organized a big demonstration in Madrid days ago. Hundreds of thousands of people in the streets of Madrid with a Spanish and with a European flag in their hand. And they told us, please have a look. We are worried. There is something going on which is not based on what we believe in, on this idea of rule of law. So what we do there as EPP is not a party political issue, it's a rule of law question on the table, and we insist that Europe must have a look. I want to tell you that when I see the left in the European Parliament, then I'm a little bit astonished, if I may say it mildly, because the Socialists and the Greens and the left in the European Parliament were not even ready to go for a simple debate in the European Parliament about this. Without judgment, you can say whatever you want, but the Socialists, the Greens and the left were even not ready to have a debate, to give an answer to the people with the European flags in their hands. That gives us a clear idea that the left is silent, the left is blind on rule of law when a socialist government is doing mistakes and doing things wrong. But I tell you, Europe is not silent. And that's why I was happy that Commissioner Reinders was immediately reacting. You know, he's a responsible commissioner. He sent a letter to the government asking questions. And that is the first clear message from the Commission. There is a question on the table. There is a problem on the table. We have to make our own assessment as Commission. That is already an ongoing process. We saw the first reactions from the government. Let's wait about the parliamentarian process now in front of us. But I tell you already the statement of Reinders last week in Strasbourg was even stronger, because he said, I am sure as responsible commissioner, we will come back to further debates on this. So obviously the Commission is already in a situation where they understand that this is not the end of the story. Further problems will arrive. So Europe is there. Europe is giving an answer, and we as EPP are in the first row to give such an answer. What is at stake? When corruption, violence and even terrorism are not anymore punished, then it breaks rule of law. When people in Spain are not longer equal before the law, it breaks rule of law. When misuse of public funds, like we had it here in Catalonia, is not sanctioned, it breaks rule of law. When people who are on the payroll of Vladimir Putin and do not respect the Constitution of Spain have the Spanish government in their hand, it breaks rule of law. And when there is a coalition text signed by the party leader Sanchez asking for a special committee of the parliament to check judgments of independent courts, then this is fundamentally breaking rule of law. There are our concerns currently on the table, and we will have a look on them. We don't allow that Spain goes the same direction as Orban in Hungary did and as Kaczynski in Poland did. We will not allow this. Ladies and gentlemen, additionally to this, I have to say that we are respecting the outcome of a vote in the Spanish Parliament. So Sanchez is elected Prime Minister. He will come in 2 weeks to Strasbourg, to the European Parliament. He will be welcomed. We will have a discussion there together with him. And I will also confront him, the laws, we will confront him with all the facts on the table. And we will have a discussion. So don't get me wrong. So he is democratically elected. We respect this. But I have to underline that this government is based on one principle, and that is lying to the Spanish people. He didn't say before the elections that he will do an amnesty until 3 days before the elections. He didn't do so, and then he did it. And he and his party was in power for 5 years, and they said for these 5 years that the amnesty is not constitutional. That is obviously lying to people. Afterwards, they did it. And that is a second thing which we will put on the table when it is about defending rule of law. Being here in Barcelona, I want also to underline that we should not deepening the splits in our societies. You know, I am today coming from Munich, and I tell you, it's great to be in Barcelona because we had a very, very bad weather there in Munich, a lot of snow already, so it's great to be here in Barcelona. But I tell you, the main message I want to say is, you know, I'm also coming from a region which is very proud about history. My region, Bavaria, was a kingdom for more than 1,000 years, was an independent kingdom for more than 1,000 years. But 150 years ago, we as Bavarians, we became Germans. The reunification of Germany took place. So then we created the German Federal Republic. That's today my country, my nation. And I want to refer to one person who was a founding father of my party, the CSU in Bavaria. He said, I learned Alberto, he was also guest in the first Congress of Partido Popular, which took place in the history of Partido Popular. It was Franz Josef Strauss. He was a CSU leader, being part of the first Congress of Partido Popular. And he defined for my party the idea that, and I quote him, Bavaria is my home, Germany is my country, and Europe is my future. And for him it was always clear that you should not make a split out of this. You should see this in combination, these different kind of identities. And that's why my request is, especially here in Barcelona, don't create further splits. What Europe needs is unity. What Spain needs is unity. What we have to do is to bring people together. Don't create splits on your identity. Please see them together. That is a main message for us. And finally, having the developments in mind now, I have to say that Sanchez is also giving us, for European level, a bad example of leadership. I think when you are, Antonio, you mentioned it, when you are now as a Prime Minister of Spain, let me be a little bit outspoken on this, now applauded by Hamas in the Gaza Strip, then you should consider what went wrong in a way. And that is what we have as a political reality of today. So that's why please try to stay in the center. That is also what Alberto offered, a government of national unity, to solve the most important question in Spain in the next 2 years. That is what we stand for, keeping things together and not working together with extremists and separatists like Sanchez is doing it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are as EPP in an extremely important situation here in the challenge in Spain to defend rule of law and to keep the promise to the citizens that we keep Spain on the right track a reality. We are preparing now the European elections, and I'm sure that here in Spain, the outcome of the European elections will be a kind of a referendum on what is happening in Madrid and will give us a lot of strength, a lot of support for what we have to do on the European level. And please see that you are then part of a big team. Currently, the European People's Party have 12 prime ministers, head and states in government in their ranks. We won all the elections in the last 1.5 years in the European Union. People are expecting us to take up again the lead for Europe for the next 5 years, to keep economic strength alive, to keep peace and freedom alive, and to keep rule of law alive. That's what EPP is standing for. Alberto, in Spain, you are the person who is doing so. Congratulations and thanks so much.
Buenos días a todos. Buen día.
Hello, everyone.
Muchísimas gracias por vuestra
Thank you very
presencia.
much for your presence. Thank you for uniting exceptional colleagues of the European People's Party, as the President has just said, and Manfred as well, who once again is showing full commitment with the European People's Party, but also with the Popular Party here in Spain. So that means with Spain, I met Manfred so long ago, before I became the president of the Popular Party in Spain. I had this visit in Santiago with him and with González Pons. And I remember that, and I would like to remind you all about the fact that the founder of the Popular Party in Spain, a Galician man, President Fraga, whom I substituted after being the president of Galicia, and for 1.5 years I substituted Alfred in the presidency of the Popular Party in Spain, would always say to me that the paradigm, that is the European region that Galicia should imitate, is precisely Bavaria. And after 14 years leading Galicia, I realized that if there is a region that we really have to look up to, a prosperous region with history, culture, 1,000 years of history and culture as a nation, well, it has to be Bavaria. Indeed. So my public thanks, Manfred, for your commitment and your interest in Spanish issues and subjects. And special thanks as well to our friend Antonio Tajani. Antonio Tajani is someone convinced about Europe, the first Vice President, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Italian government. He is a huge friend of Spain. He's been the President of the European Parliament. He's been a commissioner in the European government. And I also have very fond memories because I remember when he was the President of the European Parliament, he helped Spain when we had a conflict in the European Union. It had to be with the amortization, the anticipated amortization of some aids for shipping yards in Spain. And so that means for all the shipping yards in the different regions of Spain. And he helped out. There was a European commissioner, a Spanish European commissioner, that was starting the paperwork for the devolution of that aid, and Antonio intervened and he helped out with this tax lease. And so it does indeed mean that an Italian can be sometimes a better friend of Spain than a Spaniard. So thank you very much, yes, to our Italian friend. Antonio Tajani came to see me in Galicia, and well, I understood he was coming to see me to be kind of regaled, yes, because of having solved the tax lease issue. And I remember I received him in the Obradoiro Square with Santiago. He hugged me, he talked with me for a few minutes, and then he said, listen, I came to Galicia simply to go to the Saint Apostle. So it means he's an intelligent person and he knows how to distinguish with what is transcendental and eternal when compared with what is more specific, concrete, and ephemeral. So thank you, my dear friend. Thank you also to Vice President Muresan, and thank you to our Portuguese, Romanian and Dutch friends. And of course, thank you very much to our colleagues of the Popular Party in Catalonia and Aragon and the President of the region. And thank you as well to the mayor of the third most important city in Catalonia. I believe he's left already, but the Mayor of Barcelona. So thank you all. I have some remarks about the situation we are living right now in Spain, and I would like to tell our European colleagues or share with them some thoughts. So I think it might be useful to use a figure that we all admire because of the ideology and the ability to take things and put them into practice. I'm referring to Konrad Adenauer. Adenauer was indeed the builder of Europe and a clear reference of the ideology that we all share. Adenauer, is he a pillar of Germany? Indeed, yes, but from Germany he also found time to build Europe, and he is a reference, I'll say it again, of the current ideology. Very much aware of the complexities of politics then, Konrad Adenauer cautioned, and I think that message is still current today, he cautioned and he said that it is not good or important to be right, but what's important is that people acknowledge that you are right. And that was something essential in Adenauer's times, but it's even more important now, because now we have enemies of democracy that are very, very powerful, and very possibly they may try and take this rightfulness and might use it only for ending the democracy in the West, and they will believe and cause a division of power, and they will go forward in corruption. Let's talk first of all about walls and bridges, and then about social democracy, to eventually refer to the Popular Party. The old and new Europe have a symbol, which is the Berlin Wall. The Europe of division sees its symbol in the building of that wall in Berlin, and the Europe of hope has its symbol in the day when that wall was pulled down, when it ceased to exist. So then union is made by destroying or pulling down walls. And Europe as well has as its pillars bridges. So I think that this image has inspired my political life. I was born in a small village full of rivers. We have to cross 4 bridges to communicate between different neighborhoods, and that has made me realize that bridges are really much more intelligent constructions than walls. So that wall, the Berlin Wall that the enemies of democracy built in 1961, was not an internal Berlin issue, not at all. It affected the whole of Germany, but it affected the whole of Europe, and so it affected all the free-thinking world. When the President Kennedy got to Berlin and said, "I'm a Berliner," he was in fact representing all the Democrats in the world. And where democracy is threatened, that threat affects all democracies. Never mind the language in which that democracy is expressed, as Tajani was telling us in Spain some weeks ago. Somebody aspiring to the presidency of the government, and today the president of the Spanish government, referred to a wall, not to say that the wall had to be overcome, but rather to say that a wall had to be built. It's not a physical wall, but it is a political wall, and it is a social wall. From that moment, we, the Spaniards, have a president and a government that is enclosed in a wall. They have built a wall to defend themselves against truth, against legal certainty, and also to protect themselves against most of Spanish people. Nowadays, walls are fighting against bridges, and this is why our party, a party that believes in reform, a party that is focused, the Popular Party in Spain, has the historical commitment from the opposition of building bridges to make sure that no one in Spain can build more walls. In Spain, I insist, bridges are essential, and in a democracy such as the Spanish democracy right now, these bridges are in peril. I want to clarify to our friends of the European People's Party something that's very important so that you understand what is happening in my country. Spanish society is not divided. There is no division. We don't have a social division, and this is not what is causing political division. Spaniards of all different political ideas live together in perfect harmony everywhere in every corner of the Spanish territory. But the tension that Spain is experiencing and that is being lived now in the institutions and European public opinion that is also reacting, all this is happening because of an incredible change that has taken place. And talking about change, let me tell you about the ideological mutation of Spanish social democracy. In our country, social democracy was a pillar, an essential pillar in governance of the state. And unfortunately, Spanish social democracy has mutated towards extremist positions. This is one of the essential legs of what in recent times we have been referring to as the Spanish anormality in the European Union. That is, the Socialist Party of Spain is behaving as no other social democratic party in Europe would do. Why? Because it has liaised with the most extremist left, which allows autocracy in other areas of the world, and because they receive the support of all the independentist political parties in Spain that logically want to fracture Spain, and because the pillars of this all comes from the inheritance of a terrorist band, and because in Spain the moment of the presidency was decided by an politician in Catalonia that is actually had to flee from Spain because he must come and be accountable for what he did. So all this is what is happening. And it is so difficult to conceive that the government of a European country would receive the explicit thanks of a terrorist group such as Hamas. Undoubtedly, Palestine has a right to peace, of course, has a right to prosperity, and has a right to all standards and international and national and human law to be respected. But Palestine is not Hamas, and Hamas has to be destroyed and cancelled. One cannot expect a state party such as the Popular Party in Spain to support something like this. Why? First, because it's not an adequate attitude. Second, because we have not negotiated the Spanish attitude and opinion. And third, because we have not even been told about this. Fourth, because it breaks consensus as to foreign affairs that Spain had had in all governments up till now. And finally, because this has been decided without taking into account our European partners. Truly, is it reasonable in this war conflict to go on to having as well a diplomatic conflict? And now, when Spain has the European presidency, how can it make such a huge mistake as to the time, the place, and the way in which this opinion has been expressed? Listen, is there any European Prime Minister that actually achieves to be simultaneously applauded by a terrorist organization such as Hamas, and then base his presidency on the basis of help of another terrorist organization, in this case Spanish, and then at the same time give and pardon actions in the city of Barcelona that judges consider urban terrorist? Is there anyone in Europe like that? Any prime minister in Europe that can actually do this simultaneously? Well, there's only one, Pedro Sánchez. And I am so sorry that this is the case, because I think that he is making a huge mistake. It's a mistake of the Spanish diplomacy and a serious mistake of the Spanish social democracy that is now becoming extinct. We have to point out that Spanish socialism has nothing at all to do with that other socialism represented by European social democracy at the end of last century. Felipe González, for example, liberal, Olof Palme, they represented socialism with no walls and away from radicalism. There have been many personalities of the judiciary movements of that Spanish social democracy who have made their voices heard upon seeing what has been happening in this new Spanish presidency. And this leads me to also mention something that has to be known to understand what's happening in Spain. It's not fighting between right and left. It's not fighting between those who defend the centralist idea and those who defend decentralization, that is the autonomous regions. It is not a clash between those that want Catalonia with its full self-government and those who want to oppress Catalonia. Quite the contrary. It is a discussion between those of us who defend the Constitution, who defend the rule of law, who defend power separation and self-governance of Catalonia, and those who do not accept limits when they have to rule. Are there limitless democracies? Are there democracies with no boundaries to the governmental action? No, no. Governments are submitted to law. They are always accountable. And what is important in democracy is that the government has to be the first guarantor of the enforcement of law in that country. And in Spain, we have a government that is moving away very quickly from European values. This has been understood by millions of Spaniards. Yes, indeed, we have gone out onto the streets. We have demonstrated peacefully in each and every one of the cities of Spain on the same day at the same time. This had never happened before in 47 years of democracy. And Spaniards are requesting that the laws are complied with and that there should be no difference between the way citizens are dealt with, and that one should not see this incredible event happening in the Spanish Parliament, where there are politicians benefiting from something that is not really legal, and those who are not recognized. Fernando Sabater also had something to say. He's a Basque intellectual who was actually nearly a victim of the terrorists, and he received the Sakharov Award in the European Parliament. And he's part of the Basta Ya Association, which is Enough, that is the name. And enough is what many Spaniards are thinking right now, never mind the political ideology they may have. It's enough. There is this political corruption happening in Spain that had never happened before. It's gone beyond excess. The government has been purchased. giving or promising amnesty to those who had moved against the Spanish Constitution. And this has been done on the basis of offering an amnesty to those who have been sentenced because they spent public money, because of corruption, because of terrorism. And in exchange for an independence referendum of a part of the Spanish territory, which has to be held, and also with money granted. We're talking of more than 15 billion euro, which will be given to an autonomic government with a commitment, we shall see, to pay money to other regions. But you do understand that bilaterality of the Spanish tax in this case, goes against the Constitution and the financial law of the regions of Spain. So this way of governing, a presidency gained at this price. Do we have any example of this in any other European democracy? Has it happened? Has this taken place? Has it happened that in any other European country, a politician of a country that had to flee because of a crime is who decides who will be the president of Spain? Who as well was someone who lost the election? I'm convinced that an Italian person, a French person, Romanian, German, Polish, and I count all the countries of the European Union, they would find this just absolutely incredible. Incredible for their country to have this happening, yes? And incredible that these negotiations are happening, and this is what the government of Spain is doing and has done to see how it could obtain the votes of independentists to make sure that the president was Sanchez. Some people will say this is only Spanish affairs. Not really. The Berlin Wall was not only something of the Germans, was it? And it kept them isolated from the rest of Europe. European democracies would be making a huge mistake if they contemplated what's happening in Spain as something that's purely a Spanish affair. And I'm not referring only to this very generous solidarity between democratic peoples, but also I'm talking about European interest. If we lose legal certainty, if judges feel pressurized, and this has been denounced by all the judges and magistrates associations in Spain, and if we see the enforcement of arbitrary laws and acts, this leads to uncertainty also in society, to economic uncertainty as well, and this eventually will mean the instability of the whole of the European Union. In the same way as Spain cannot make normal what in fact is an anomaly in Europe, the European Union cannot make normal in Spain what would not be admitted in other member states. Spain right now has a president that is accountable to an international mediator, and Sanchez will be investigated as to compliance. And this is something that has been signed in legal documents, documents that entailed the Socialist Party to govern in Spain, documents that indeed will be reviewed month after month, and so the government in Spain will go on 1 month and another, depending on whether they comply or not with agreements, the content of which is totally anti-constitutional. So this that is happening in the fourth member state of the Union, in the fourth economy of the euro, this is happening, and it is not good for European stability. And the president of Spain does not want to agree on anything with the Popular Party, who in fact won the election, and instead does all the agreements with the independentists and with a political party that is the inheritor of a terrorist band. Is there anything similar to this in Europe? Any precedent to what the Spanish democracy is living nowadays? Europe is based on the rule of law, and not on the rule of a government that does not comply and is not accountable. And I'm repeating this here in Catalonia, and I'm repeating this. I have had the honor to be the president of an autonomous government, such as the Galician government, a community with its own language, with its own culture, and with its own personality. The history of Europe is tragic, but also grand, and it teaches us that nationalism is not a guarantee to defend the culture, the language, and the personality of a peoples, but if you see it properly. It is rather a threat. And that's the reason why the new Europe is built on overcoming those small and large non-solidary nationalisms. Europe might feel proud about Catalonia, which is a bridge between the rest of Spain and Europe. Here we see the democratic values alive, and there is a harmony, a living together, only altered by an independentist group that wants to go towards privileges and towards not complying and not being accountable. Catalonia today has freedom guaranteed by its institutions, guaranteed by the European Constitution, and guaranteed by the union that there is in Europe. And the Spanish Popular Party and the Catalan Popular Party contribute to this. And we want to be also the basis for constitutionalism in Europe. That's why it's so good that we met here. And unfortunately, as usual, whenever I come to Catalonia, and increasingly as well, for the whole of Spain, I'm so sorry about the imposition of issues that are not really good or interesting for the other citizens. The citizens in Spain don't deserve that politicians only talk about this, okay? And that we only refer to personal problems of some politicians with justice. This should not be the priority agenda of any country. And Catalonia and Spain does not deserve that things are talked about that have to do with impunity and privileges of some politicians compared to the rest of the Spanish citizens. And Europe does not deserve this either. Europe doesn't deserve that instead of talking about how to use the EU funds of next generation and how to implement this for a better economic development, we talk instead about corruption and impunity. The next generation funds will be used in a non-legal way. And those using public funds for their own interests will not pay. They will not fulfill their sentences. So, dear friends, indeed, one has to be right, but one has to be acknowledged to be right. And us in Europe, the European People's Party Group, can say very clearly that the future of Europe cannot be understood without us and our values. And the values will be defended in Spain against those who want to violate them. We will work in the institutions, we will work on the streets, and we will work as well counting with the full support of our brothers and sisters of the European People's Party family. We will not give up. Do you know why? Because we are right. That's all. Thank you.